All right. I know people are still coming in, but I'm going to start. If that's Carolyn, give me a nod. Okay. All right. I got the thumbs up from Carolyn. All right. So good morning, everyone. I'm Tessa, Killian, the Executive Director at Southeastern, and it is my honor to welcome you to our 7th annual SENYCon. So please, and I know some people are doing this already, but if you haven't already, take a minute to type your name and your location in the chat. Just tell us where you're coming from today, so we can see everybody's name in there and where you're from. And I see that lots of faces and names that I recognize on my Zoom screen, which is awesome. So like I said, this is our 7th annual conference. Last year we had 2 days of conferences, and one day was dedicated to our response to the pandemic, and the other was more traditional SENYCon. Prior to that, we had an online conference, just online the year, you know, the March that everything, or that spring, and then prior to that, it was all in person. So we're really excited this year to welcome our speakers and our audience from multiple locations, both in person downstairs in our conference room and on Zoom. This is what we're calling a hybrid event. This is a hybrid event for us. As you know, SENYCon is an incubator for ideas and trying new things, and that's exactly what we're doing here at Southeastern today as well. So this conference is a forum for members to present new ideas and topics to an audience of our peers. Over the last 7 years, many of our presenters have gone on to present at other conferences and expanded their shorter presentations into workshops for Southeastern. This is an incubator for new ideas, a place to try new things and learn from one another and get feedback on your presentations. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. We have an exciting lineup of presentations. I want to thank our presenters. And if you haven't already done so, please use the chat to share your name and location. I have 18 chats to look at in a second myself. I'm excited to see everybody who's here. Carolyn Bennett Glauda is our moderator for the day. She is wearing 2 hats. She's in front of a Zoom screen. In a minute, she's going to be in front of the podium. So I'm really excited for what we can do with this hybrid event. Zack Spalding, Southeastern Systems Manager, is on tech and AV. He's also wearing multiple hats. He's presenting today. He's figured out an AV setup for us that I'm really excited to see. So welcome everyone. All the Southeastern staff are here in one capacity or other. Some of us are on Zoom, some of us are in person. You're going to see us in multiple locations, so feel free to say hello. Everybody's helping out in some way. And so I thank everyone for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn. Cool. And I'm going to mute myself.
All right, thanks, Tessa. Yeah, I need to figure this out. So I'm in the back of the conference room right now, and I have a wireless mic that I'm going to put into my pocket because I wear a dress with pockets, but I can't find the pocket. I got a round of applause. Okay, so this is the conference room here, and I think maybe the camera's following. Zack, okay, there it goes. Ah, it's so exciting. So I'm going to come over here to the podium, and this camera. Okay, cool. All right. Awesome. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the 7th annual SENYCon, the first hybrid event, the first in-person event in 2 years. I can't believe how tall everybody is. You have all been Zoom boxes in my world for so long. So I'm Carolyn Bennett Glauda, the Education and Outreach Librarian here at Southeastern. And today it's my pleasure to introduce the presenters who have generously shared their time to share their skills with you, and they can all benefit from your feedback. So with that in mind, my colleague Jen is going to drop links in the chat after each presentation so that you can do an evaluation for after each event. So keep an eye out for that, and please fill it out. It's really important and it helps everybody greatly. Some other housekeeping. For those of you who are watching at home, there's like 8 of us here in the conference room right now. We're all watching on a big screen, so not everybody in here has a computer. So we're going to kind of figure it out how it goes with chat, because we can't all see the chat, but I will be in the back so I can read it out as we need to. You're going to see like the microphone is going to pick up on the username podium, and that's where the camera is that I'm looking at. So we're kind of figuring this out as we go. And if you want to view the presentation, you'll see it when we share a screen, you'll see it under podium. You can always switch your view at the top of your Zoom screen to either pin the podium speaker, or you can use it to have a gallery view of everybody else who's here. So feel free to play with that setting. It's only going to impact you on your end. It's not going to impact anything over here on our end. So with that Zoom thing, Tessa has already asked you to introduce yourself in the chat. If you joined us since we began, feel free to now use the chat to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And at any point, if you need assistance, so it's wild because we have in person is me and Mosher, who's not on a computer. And we have Kelsey in person, but she's also on Zoom. And we have Liz in person, but she's also on Zoom, and Tessa in person, who's also on Zoom, and Sarah and Jen, who are remote and on Zoom. So at any point, if you need help, you should be able to find one of the 8 of us somewhere. And also Zack, very important to mention, Zack is he's like behind me in a control room that we've created where he's controlling everything. And he's also a presenter today. So like, hats off to the many hats of Zack. A hand applause, I don't know. Zack, thank you. Thank you for everything. So one final reminder before we begin, because I know it's been a while since we've been in person, but here's this thing. Turn off anything that makes a noise. If it's your phone, if it's your computer, if you're here on Zoom, if you're in person and you have your speakers on, it's gonna go wah, 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 wah. So turn all of that off. And at home, you just stay on mute unless you're talking. So with that all being said, it is my great pleasure to introduce a librarian from my hometown library, Howland Public Library, Kristin Charles-Scaringi. And yay! Well, you've done this enough that I know your name. All right, and I'm going to let you share screen. Have a good presentation. Thank you. All right. Give me a moment. I just want to test to see if that's. All right. Hi, I'm Kristin Charles-Scaringi, and like Carolyn said, I am from the Howland Public Library, where I'm head of reference and technology. I'm here to talk today about being a guide and embracing the instructional side of library work. So my goals today are to encourage us all to adopt a growth mindset, to help identify ways you're already instructing, share some techniques with you, and let you know it's okay for us to cut ourselves some slack. So I've been a librarian since 2011. I was a journalist and public relations writer before that. I spent 9 years as a reference / adult and teen services librarian. I put / because inside the building I was known as the reference librarian, but outside the building I was the adult and teen services because it made more sense. I was an assistant director for a tiny spell. I am currently an adjunct professor or instructor, not a professor, at SUNY Ulster, where I teach a 1-credit class in information literacy, and I've been doing that for about 2 years. And like I said, I'm the head of reference and technology at Howland Public Library in Beacon, and I've been there for about 8 months, and I'm having a blast. It's different. COVID had so many changes, and then add into it a different environment. It's been a learning experience. What I've noticed when I look back on my career is that I've always been guided by the desire to share information with people. And I do that best by being a guide or a teacher. So I want to stress, we do not have to have all the answers. When I'm teaching people that are new to being a librarian or working in a library, I can't stress this enough. We do not have to have all the answers, and we kind of have to change our mindset, but we also have to change the mindset of our patrons, because how many times have people come in and told you to do something for them? I believe our job is to connect people with information and resources that meet their needs and wants. And I think we do that best by guiding them, teaching them, whatever word you want to choose. I am going to use the term reference a lot because it's the world I know. Side note, I really want to change that word, especially at my library. So keep an eye out for what I come up with for that.
But the key to reference success is no longer the knowledge of as many sources as possible, but the ability to work with the user to figure out what information they really need. The reference interview and the ability to search the web and other sources to find material to meet that need. Nowhere does it say do it for them. I got ahead of myself in my notes. Again, I'm using reference, but I think this applies. I found this quote, or this gentleman, Samuel Sweet Green from 1876. He was the first president of ALA from what I've learned. And this was at the first ALA conference. And I have a link to the article he wrote, which I find really interesting given that it was 1876. But he says, teaching users how to use the library and its resources, answering specific informational queries from users, recommending sources to users that fit their needs or desires, and promoting the library within the community. What's that? Exactly. I mean, this is what we do. This is what a library does. I do want to point out, nowhere, again, does it say do it for them. And my office mate, when I was talking to her about this yesterday, said, nowhere does it say provide books. So it's my thought that, I mean, libraries are learning centers, they're community centers, but they've always been a place where people go to educate themselves. So why wouldn't we embrace being instructors and guides? So let's try and change our mindset. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Carol Dweck and her book called Mindset. She talks a lot about the growth mindset concept, and that's intelligence and talents can be improved through effort and learning. And I am living proof of that. This is my second time doing SENYCon, and I feel way more confident and comfortable than I did not 3 years ago. And that's because I just know, by learning how to do this stuff, learning how to talk to people, embracing that I have gotten better. So I hope. That's going to throw me off now. A growth mindset looks like lifelong learning, which is a passion of mine and many librarians that I've known. Failure is temporary. I know that's the bad F word in my mind. And you embrace challenges. Library workers are professional learners, I believe. We love to share what we found, and that's instructing or being a guide. Benefits of a growth mindset: reduces burnout, fewer psychological problems, fewer behavioral problems for ourselves and those we interact with. You remove a fixed mindset, which is the opposite, inner voice, by going from I can't do this to I can do this if I keep trying. And I use this approach when somebody tells me I cannot do this on my computer, I cannot do this on a phone. No, you can, and I will teach you, and I'm right here. So library workers can lead by example. This is where I get on my little soapbox. We need to cut ourselves some slack. Imposter syndrome or experience comes up a lot, and I think that has to do with the language we use, the understanding of what we do as library staff. There's vocational awe, which is where not only us, but everybody believes libraries are inherently good and can do no wrong and are these perfect institutions. Yes, we're great, we're fantastic, but we're not perfect. And asking ourselves to be is asking for trouble. Burnout and compassion fatigue. By trying to do too much for too many people, it's leading to burnout and compassion fatigue. I don't know about you, but I'm still facing it from COVID. I just sit at my desk sometimes and I'm like, I'm tired. Like, I don't know why. This is why. There's emotional labor, and the ALA describes emotional labor. Well, it includes listening to, understanding, interpreting the concerns of patrons. Nowhere does it say do it for them. So again, I have to say, we do not have all the answers and we don't have to do it all. Another quote, your goal as a reference librarian is not only to assist the adult library user in addressing the immediate reference question, but also make the user more competent and capable on each successful trip to the library. My belief as library workers, we don't do it for them, we help them. And I have noticed, because I did work at the Kingston Library for 9 years, COVID hit, then I became an assistant library director somewhere, and then I came to Beacon. So I've changed a lot of jobs, and I am now facing the library being reopened in a library I've never been in before. And I don't know what the normal is and how people interact. I'm learning, and it's not how I do it. It's not, it's a do it for them approach. And I am there to try to get people to help and embrace this mindset of being a guide more than anything. Nothing makes me happier than for somebody who's really mad at me for not doing it for them, leaving and being really happy that I taught them something. I had a woman come in recently who was like, so-and-so just knows how to do it. She gave me her flash drive and said she had saved something to it. She hadn't saved anything to her flash drive. But what I had to say to her was, what I'm seeing is that the last time you saved something was about a week ago. I don't think that's what it is. So she huffed and puffed, left the library, came back, surprisingly. And I mean, surprisingly to me, she was pretty mad at me. Came back with her flash drive and her computer, and I showed her how to do it. And she left the library thrilled. Like, she was like, now she wrote down, well, I wrote down the notes for her, but we wrote down the notes. She took it with her. I haven't seen her since, and I want to say that's about 3 weeks. So that was one of my happy moments. I'm going to throw in a little adult education information. I have been interested in adult learning for many, many years. The official term, and I'm going to botch this, is andragogy. It's the method and practice of teaching adult learners. Pedagogy is for the little kiddies. And the person who kind of created the movement is Malcolm Knowles. He's written so many books, and he introduced this concept in 1968, which I find very interesting. It's known by all kinds of different terms, one of which is adult learning theory. And the 5 pillars of adult learning theory are self-concept, adult learning experience, a readiness to learn, an orientation to learn, and a motivation to learn. These are all very obvious when you sit with somebody who's struggling with something. The 4 principles are: adults want to participate in the planning and evaluation attached to their instruction. They want to be active, they want to do it, even if they're telling you they don't want to do it. That is usually a low confidence in their skills approach. So I'm always trying to get past that. Experiences, both good and bad, serve as a backdrop for all learning activities. Adults gravitate first toward learning things that are directly relative to their job or personal life. And adult learning centers on problems, not subjects. I don't know about you, but if you work at a public desk, this is what a librarian does. This is what you see it in action all the time. Somebody comes in, they need a tax form. They don't know how to get to the tax form. They want to talk to their family on Zoom and completely do not understand the concept. These are some other terms that in all the classes I've taken, they always come up. There's the hierarchy of needs. That's Abraham Maslow. That's probably the most familiar to people. you have a pyramid and you just grow up from psychological needs to self-actualization, and you can't have one without the other. Another one I really like is scaffolding. That's my approach for everything. I need the structure to fall back on, like this. And I use that approach. It's defined as sharing new information or demonstrating how to solve a problem. So I in my work with people at the public desk is I show how to solve a problem. I talk about it. I show them how to do it. I try not to take their device or their computer, but that's happened. So here are some ways to add a little instruction. Ask questions, open-ended. You want more than a yes or no answer. You want to get them talking, which I know I'm skipping ahead, but you want to clarify what they're asking. How many times do people come in asking you for something that you have no idea how to give them, but then you talk to them and realize they wanted something completely different. You can reframe what they're asking. You can discover how they learn best. I'll just, this will lead into talking it out. I just talk to people. I connect with them. I try to make them feel comfortable. Having a conversation puts me at ease. It usually puts the person I'm working with at ease. You get to know them, they get to know you, and you build trust. If you have trust, people are willing to try different things. We need to change our vocabulary. Reference in 2022, what does that mean? When I became a librarian, when I said I wanted to be a reference librarian during my internship, I was told reference is dying. 11 years later, I'm still in a reference department. It's not dying, it's changed. It's no longer providing an answer. It's providing, it is providing an answer, but in a different way, not just facts and figures and stuff like that. It's a how-to. Definitely stay away from library jargon. Nothing worse than telling somebody to go to the OPAC. Nobody knows what the OPAC is. I don't even remember what it stands for. Keep changing, always change your vocabulary, always be aware of things that are going around, and just be aware of the words you use and how they can be interpreted. You never want to go, why can't you get this? Just calmly, sit back and be like, let's try it a different way. Be curious. Showing enthusiasm for learning is contagious. And if you're having fun doing this, they're going to relax and have fun. There is a model teaching that talks about motivation, and it's things to look out for are attention, relevance, confidence, satisfaction. I know if it's not relevant to what I want to do, not going to stick with me. If I'm not confident in my ability to try something, not going to happen. And that's a lot of people ask me the question, how do you know all this stuff? I don't study it. I just do it, and I'm not afraid to press a button. So a lot of what I do is tell people, we got to get you comfortable trying this. Keep it simple, silly. That's not usually what it's called. Plain language, be clear, simple, direct, non-patronizing. And again, just use your words carefully. And don't do it for them. This is really hard, and this is something I'm struggling with in my new job. But I fully believe, it's that phrase, you teach a man to, you can teach a man to fish. You show them how to do it. If you walk with them through it, the likelihood that they'll be able to do it themselves and share with others is so much stronger. Otherwise, you have people that are completely dependent and keep coming back looking for that specific person. And because I'm new and I started during COVID, most people when I'm on the floor are looking for the other people, because what I used to say is, well, I'm sorry, but you got the teacher librarian. So you're going to do it, and I'm going to walk with you. I'll spend all the time you need, but I'm going to walk you through it. I used to never sit. I remember being 8 months pregnant, and people are like, no, please sit. No, I'm okay. That isn't possible for everybody, but never take their chair, never take their mouse, their device if you can avoid it, please. It just, I don't know, and in COVID, it gives us an excuse. That's what I've been telling people. But I mean it. I don't, I don't know your device. You know your device. Let them see you sweat. It shows them that it's okay not to know something. When I first became a reference librarian, I felt really bad that I didn't have the answers to everything. I didn't know where to find everything. Then I saw it as a major downfall, but like in hindsight, it's really good to show them that like, you don't know everything. I have somebody that's working with me now, and she told me she was scared of doing reference. And I was like, well, why? She's like, because I don't feel like I'm good enough at it. And I was like, well, how do you search for something? She's like, Google. I'm like, guess what? I use Google too. A lot. All the time, actually. It's just trying to help somebody. Unlearning means letting go of the safe and familiar and replacing it with something new and unknown. And I think that's the part we have the most trouble, both us, but also patrons. They don't want to unlearn what they already know. Feel free to get it wrong. We all learn from our mistakes, and it shows that we can fail and still succeed. And it's just a good lesson for all of us to take the pressure off ourselves, but also to show people that it's okay. I mean, COVID has taught me that I don't have to know everything, that I can admit when I'm stressed out, that I can admit when I can't do it and ask for help. So I want everybody to do that. Adapt and be flexible. That's what being in a library is all about. It's going to change every day. You're going to have different patrons. And COVID also taught us we have to be flexible. Not my comfort zone, but I've definitely adapted to it. Relearning is recognizing that we apply our strengths is always, the way we apply our strengths is always changing, and that our potential is always a work in progress. Everything's a work in progress. We're always learning. And this approach can take away some of the fear of how can I help this patron? I mean, honestly, I start a reference interview going, I don't know how to do that. I don't say that to them, but internally I'm totally freaking out going, I know nothing about tax words. Andrological library worker traits: approachability, realness, respect, empathetic understanding, and the ability to recognize and respond to a teachable moment in the midst of a crisis. I make sure that I'm always approachable. I look around, I make sure people feel welcome. I like to keep it real. I do that in my presentations and when I teach as well, because if I'm faking something, it's going to come across as faking it. Respect. I mean, they're here putting themselves, your patrons are there putting themselves on the line. You have to be respectful of what they're asking, even if they're yelling at you. Be the bigger person. I'm empathetic to a fault. I will definitely have a moment with somebody and then have to go and decompress and talk to somebody about it, but it's important to think about where somebody's coming from. And knowing when you have a teachable moment, that comes with practice. I have been helping people by taking their device, but I do, make sure I show and, wait for that moment where they're like, oh, I can try that. Again, we don't have to have all the answers. It's good to remind patrons that we're learning too. So I've been interested in adult learning and instruction for quite a while, but recently these two things have come up. I'm on the board of NYLA's Reference and Adult Services section. I call it RAS, but I heard it, no, it's RAS. I've always called it RAS. That is now switching. It is, officially it's the ideas, which is instruction, development, equity, and access section. And that was because a lot of us recognize that instruction has become the new reference. We're showing people how, we're teaching people how to do stuff. It's a lot of how-to questions. And I've been proving that with my reference question tracking at my library, because it's a lot of how-to questions. It's not a lot of research. Yeah, so a lot of what we're doing is showing people how to do something, and that's the idea behind ideas. I think RAS got lost in everything, and it's that word reference. You think of dusty old libraries and librarians with buns, and yes, I have the cat eye glasses and the cardigan, but yeah. And then I'm also participating in Brooklyn Public Library's information literacy instruction course, and that has been great. No disrespect to academic librarians, but most of the teaching classes I've taken have been very heavily geared toward academic librarians. This is open to everybody, but it does take public libraries into consideration, and I've found it incredibly helpful. It takes 12 hours to complete. It's videos. You listen to presentations, they're brief assignments, and then you have a final project. This is my final project. It wasn't gonna be, but I talked to the instructor and she went, yeah, if you're already doing it, this works. So just thank you. And topics covered, include what is information literacy, stuff like that, but also things like information equity, which I found to be so interesting. It was such an interesting course, social media and free speech, and how to put together a lesson plan. So feel free to check those out. They're great programs. And no presentation from me is not complete without an Eleanor Roosevelt quote. I am her neighbor. I live down the road from Valkill, and I just find her amazing. All of life is a constant education. I think if we embrace being learners, we can show that to our patrons. Those are my sources. And if anybody wants to contact me, that's where you'll find me. Any questions?
Thank you, Kristin. Awesome. I'm just monitoring the chat because of the way we are here. If just to see if anything came through, you're getting thank yous in the chat. If anybody has a question for Kristin from Zoom, type it in now. Just we have another minute before the next presentation. You're getting applauses.
Yay.
And things.
Thank you.
So
I was sitting here like getting ready, and I if I ever do this as a longer thing, it would have exercises and me showing my usual stance of arms behind my back, or what are you asking? So I that's how I would develop it. But I'm very passionate about us not digging ourselves into a stress-filled hole, and also just teaching people.
awesome. Well, thank you. So for those of you viewing from home, if you have the program in front of you, the next presenter is Jaclyn from Dutchess Community College. She has decided to present in from home. So we're going to switch to a regular old, we're familiar with the Zoom presentation remotely presentation at this point. And I also wanted to mention one thing while we're doing the switch. If you haven't had a chance to check out the program that Jen just linked to in the chat, that will have the list of all of the presentations and descriptions. It also has a drop down for the on-demand videos, and I encourage you to take a moment to look through the on-demand videos, because there's some really great stuff in there. We pre-recorded them, and you can watch them on your own free time anytime you want. We'll keep them up for the next indefinite amount of time. So enjoy those. And with that, Jaclyn, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning. I just started sharing my screen. I'm not actually at home, although I'm at my home library at Dutchess Community College in Poughkeepsie, right down the road from Valkill. So Kristin, someday we'll have to get together for lunch if you're not at work. So hello, my name is Jaclyn Savolainen, and I have been acting director at Dutchess Community College for 5 days, this many. So I'm brand new, and I've been aiming to live the growth mindset all week, recognizing that I can't do all of this just yet, but I can see a future where I will be able to do it, and I'm working on that. So anyway, today I'm going to share with you our library's staff efforts to use other people's ideas, our favorite thing to do as librarians, using other people's ideas, to transform our one-shot sessions to be more engaging, to be much more engaging. These strategies come from a combination of webinars, books, conversations, all sorts of things. So there's nothing truly original here, but hopefully you'll find something about how we customize for our library that works for you or is interesting, and something applicable that you can take to your library. So our goal, like I said, was to make our one-shots more interactive. It's possible some of you out there aren't familiar with the term one-shots. It's the kind of library instruction workshop in which you're expected to cover basically everything a student might need to know in one class, and thus the name one-shots. Current literature and common sense, quite frankly, suggests that active learning strategies are more engaging and stickier than lecture-based lessons. So that's what we were aiming to move towards. The DCC librarians here have agreed for years that we would like to make our standard classes more interactive, but we couldn't figure out how to do so without sacrificing content or time. These are the challenges that we faced, and the same is probably true of any library that is doing one-shot sessions. We generally only get one chance to meet with students, and often that's for less than 45 minutes of available teaching time. Because the college doesn't require info-lit concepts to be covered in any universal gen ed class, there are some students who never get it and others who get it multiple times. We face students who have wildly different baselines of knowledge and experience. Also, we have a number of librarians who teach classes, and not everyone is equally comfortable in the land of improv, which is often required in interactive sessions. It's easy to get thrown off course, and we wanted to make sure that every class gets the same basic information. So lastly, we also wanted to be able to pivot to online sections as needed, even though we all find it easier to teach in person. Before revamping our workshops, this was our standard menu of information literacy offerings. We have master templates for 45-minute or 70-minute versions of each of these. The most commonly requested class is, of course, the 45-minute combo class, which is the ultimate one-shot, like cram, both the first two topics into 45 minutes, and you only get one shot. So we also do citation workshops, which are already somewhat interactive. But the first two are the kind of in-depth. One is an in-depth introduction to library services and sources. The second one, smarter internet searching when you aren't using library databases, about evaluating sources on the web. So our new menu, we still offer the existing menu because a lot of faculty they're just like, just do what you did last year, which we never do. We always change it, but they think we're doing what we did last year. So we still offer existing sessions, but we have new alternatives. And the one I'm going to start with is that most popular combo class. I developed a Jeopardy game, which I'm going to show you. And I also developed active learning workshops that for now we're calling peer-to-peer for the other two classes, and we'll come back to those in a little bit. Jeopardy. Since Jeopardy is a long-time popular game format almost everybody is familiar with, we'd often heard about InfoLit activities built around that, but we really didn't want to do the heavy lifting of designing a functional game board. So once we came across jeopardylabs.com, we were able to quickly implement a pilot version for our library. I mean, really quickly, like it was one day. It was very easy and incredibly user-friendly. So let's jump over to our Jeopardy Labs game and we're going to try it out. And then we'll come back and discuss how I built it, what I used for inspiration and things like that. So I'm going to switch over now to Jeopardy Labs. Here we go. And wow, I really thought I silenced my phone. I don't know if you all heard that, but that was my daughter's school calling, which is set to the emergency. Feel free to interrupt me. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've got, this is our Jeopardy game board. And I'm going to ask Carolyn to start off. Would you like to pick a category and a dollar amount, please? Google tips for 400, I see in the chat. Thank you, Carolyn. All right. This is what you call the part of a URL that tells you if a website is connected to a company, school, nonprofit organization, or government. So you can type into the chat if you have an answer. This is a tricky one because it's 400. So this is what you call the part of a URL that tells you, and we wanted to use question format, answer in question format. What is the domain? Ding, ding, ding. Gina, you got it first. Congratulations. Thank you. So I would give, I'm going to drag this back out of the way. Oh my gosh, I have so many things popping up that I can't click on. Here we go. So I would give 400 points to team number 1, which in this case is Gina. Everybody's got it. And go back to the board. So Gina, you want to pick the next category and amount? You can unmute yourself or put it in chat. Research guides for 100s. Thank you. Okay, this is the name of the library help guide where you would go for questions about MLA and APA citations and plagiarism. So it turns out, I forgot to tell you a moment ago that you all should bring up another tab in your screen. Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer just beat me to it. Go ahead and open up another tab. I totally forgot to do this. And click on the link to get to our library homepage. So when we start a Jeopardy class, we jump right in after playing a short video about the differences between Google and library databases. And we ask students to get to find their way to our library homepage. But I'm giving you a shortcut. I just forgot to tell you to do that first. So go ahead and open our library homepage and see if you can find the library help guide where you would go for questions about MLA and APA citations and plagiarism. All right, you're taking a long time to respond. Oh, citation style, thank you. Yes, oh, we got a couple of different responses, great. Yes, the answer is, hang on one second, let me drag, oh, all these pop-ups are in my way. That is correct. Hang on one second, why am I not? So ordinarily, I'd be able to show, I'm not sure what's going on here. There we go. Okay. What is citation styles? And I would give points to team 2 and continue. We'll do one more and then we'll move back to the presentation. So let's see. Is it Manja or Manya? I'm probably saying that wrong. I apologize. But why don't you pick the next category and dollar amount? Oh, actually, Clarissa got it first, or Clarissa. Either one of you can pick the next category. Library databases for 300. Thank you. The name of any of our streaming video databases. And sometimes if the students get lucky, I sing, do, 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 or unlucky, depending on, my children told me, please don't do that, Mom, just don't. But I feel safe with other librarians, so I can do that. So we're looking for the name of any of our streaming. What is Films on Demand? Yes, thank you. Gina got that. And I feel like Gina was maybe team 1. So I would know the teams in a class in person. But the correct answers, what is Films on Demand or Academic Video Online or Canopy? Any of those are acceptable. So I would give more points to whoever got that team. And that's the basic idea. And then I press escape and I go back to the board, and you can see that questions that have been asked turn gray, and it's just a very convenient, handy format. So I'm going to jump back to the presentation now and drag this again out of the way. So now that you've seen game, actually hang on one second. I can tell you a little bit more about how I made it. I tried to create 5 categories that would cover all the major concepts we teach in our combo class, so they would fit nicely into a Jeopardy board. And then search Jeopardy labs for sample questions used in other games from other libraries, but mostly I actually ended up writing my own questions, my own versions of questions. I'm going to jump over to Jeopardy Labs homepage so you can see the options there. They have over 2 million existing games that you can search through and use as templates or start from scratch. So this is the Jeopardy Labs homepage. It's very easy to create a Jeopardy game. It's fast and free, and you can search through existing games using various keywords. So I used information literacy, library databases, library research, those sorts of things to come up with questions. And jump back. Okay. For actually playing the game, I find it really helpful at conventions like these, at sessions like these, to get some practical tips. So one practical tip I love is I bought buzzers for sensory fun. Can you hear that? These are really cheap. They were on Amazon, and they come in 4 different colors and make 4 different sounds. So that just adds a lot of laughter to the class. I ask students to sit by teams to foster connection, teamwork, and also it makes it easier to know who beeps in with the same sounds. I make a quick name chart because generally I don't know students in our one-shot classes, and I like being able to call people by name. I give them the option to create a silly or fun team name. We give out Starburst as rewards, first to the winners, pretending like I'm not going to give it to everybody, and then I give it to everybody because it's just mean not to give Starburst to everybody. And the whole game takes about 25 minutes to go through the questions for us as the questions we have. After testing out the game with a few different student groups, we tweaked a few things for smoother delivery. Some questions were confusing and required clarification or hints. I developed a shorter version to cut out a row of questions completely and make it easier to get through in 45 minutes while allowing for some demonstrations throughout. And we didn't lose any of the critical material in the shorter version. I also created a LibGuide as a launch point to make it easier for all the librarians using the class. I'll show you that. So this is the LibGuide where I've got embedded the game, but also a link to be able to do scoring for a class, a couple of different versions, and a game evaluation form, as well as the video that we use at the beginning and related guides. So just kind of pulling everything together in one spot. But I also made the guide private because one class early on found the guide and amazingly had all the answers, all the questions right away. And I was like, oh, I did not see that coming. So we made it private. Jeopardy Labs does offer a membership. We sprung for it. It was $20 one time for lifetime membership fee. It's not annual. And members can add, like there's just some bells and whistles. You can add images and video and audio files. You can add more questions. You can customize all sorts of ways, and you have greater privacy controls, as well as a public list of all your templates. So it's really not necessary, but it was so cheap and we were curious how that would work for us. So we went ahead and got that. So let me check the time. Yeah, okay. So that was our Jeopardy game. But we also developed another totally new format as an alternative for two of our other classes, standard sections. And we haven't really settled on the perfect name. For now, we're calling it peer-to-peer active learning. That does not roll off the tongue, but it involves students teaching other students. And unfortunately, not everyone is familiar with that terminology, so that might cause confusion for faculty. We don't use that term for students, but for the faculty, we're hoping they'll catch on. Anyway, if anyone here has suggestions for a better name after I show this to you, please let me know afterwards. I would appreciate it. So what do I mean by peer-to-peer? Peer-to-peer inquiry is a form of collaborative learning in which students work through new concepts together and then they teach each other. So the next slide shows what the student sees in one of our peer-to-peer workshops. This workshop only has 2 slides. Since some instructors prefer to focus their one-shot sessions on just using library resources, they're not using the open web. So we have this active learning exercise that involves you doing just library research for a pretend assignment. We use the national debate topic this year as our pretend assignment that has to do with federal government protection of water resources in the United States. It fits nicely for STEM classes as well as non-STEM classes. And we divide the class into 3 different groups to search 3 different ways on that topic. The one group explores using our LibGuides, which we call RITS research guides. Another group uses our single search, which we call RITS Discovery, but it's powered by Ex Libris Primo. And the last group uses a single featured database, in this case, Opposing Viewpoints. Like I said, the activity has only 2 slides. I go through both the slides in detail with the class at the beginning, and then I leave this slide up for the entire time that they're searching. I'm not going to read through all of it today, but you'll have it afterwards. Then I switch to the next slide, this one, for a few minutes while they're discussing what to present. And for a shorter class, I would ask the students to find fewer types of sources. But so this is the second slide. The students present for roughly 7 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. And the bulk of their presentation should be guiding other students through the useful features of doing a search using their assigned method. And they can also add their favorite aspects and things they found frustrating. When we're conducting this activity, the main thing is to let students discover for themselves and remind them this is about the journey, not the destination. I genuinely do not care what they find. I just want them to focus on how they found it and what's useful about that method. It really helps having groups sit close together, which COVID has gotten in the way of somewhat, but we ask people to sit as close as they're comfortable. We walk around and give some guidance or hints to make sure everybody is on track. And students spend about 10 minutes doing the searching, the exploring and planning out what they're going to share, picking one student to present. They come up to the front of the classroom and take control of the screen and the computer to show everybody. The other students can chime in if the presenter missed something. And if they really missed something important, I chime in, or one of the other librarians chimes in who's presenting, and we point out those features. The whole activity can fit in 50 minutes, but it works much better in 75-minute class sections. So that's our basic peer-to-peer. I have another one. I'm not going to show you for interest of finishing up on time. But basically we do another one for our smarter internet searching, where they search Google Scholar, Google Advanced, and USA.gov, and focus more on asking groups about how they evaluate what they find. So this is what that slide looks like. I'm going to skip through it. When we have time, at the end of that, I pick a few of the sources, the websites that the students found, and dive a little bit deeper to get conversation going, to ask the class, you know, if they can answer these questions about who wrote it, how it was produced and edited, why it was produced, how current it is, all the standard sorts of questions. But we go live into whatever they found and see if we can evaluate the source together. So based on the evaluation forms that we've used in a few of the classes, plus conversations with faculty and just informal observations about the class mood and participation levels, it seems like these new workshops are a big hit, and that we're actually covering all the stuff that we used to cover, which is really satisfying for us. When faculty reach out to schedule a class, we promote the new offerings, and most people have opted to try them. Best of all, students actually seem happy in the classes. There's laughter all the time and 100% participation, which is amazing. Like, we've never had that before. Used to just face silence most of the time. So I expect that we're going to keep refining and developing custom versions depending on what assignments faculty bring to us. Right now, I'm working on a version of the peer-to-peer activity for a poetry assignment. And instead of exploring opposing viewpoints, they're going to be exploring Gale literature. And so it feels like it's going to be incredibly flexible to different assignments with relative ease for customization. So here's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out to me. I also included links to our Jeopardy, the private page for Jeopardy LibGuide, and a link to just the Jeopardy Labs site in general. And I'll turn it over to questions for the last minute, if anybody has any questions. Let's see, if 3 different colleagues want to use the Jeopardy membership, is it easy to share between departments, or do you recommend each employee have their own? Nope, you can totally share. Yeah, we just bought one and then we're sharing the password. So, I mean, don't tell them, but we did that. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you. And looking forward to the rest of the presentations. I will stop sharing my screen. Thanks for all your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, can you hear me right now? I'm trying a new microphone.
Yes.
Yay. That was great. I love it. Thank you so much. Okay, so next up is Alicia and Laura from West Point. So they're just getting set up and they've got the wireless mic. So you guys are gonna share from your computer, right? Yes. Okay. So
can people hear me now? Yeah. All right, great. So again, Laura Mosher, Alicia Ware. I'm not going to move too much because I don't want the camera. So we are here to present about how our librarians use the great unique materials in our archives and special collections to engage with our faculty members and build relationships with our academic community that results in dividends to our cadets. So first, a little bit about where we work. The United States Military Academy at West Point's mission is to educate, train, and inspire the Corps of Cadets so that each graduate is a commissioned leader of character committed to the values of duty, honor, country, and prepared for a career of professional excellence and service to the nation as an officer in the United States Army. Big stuff, right? In concert with that mission, we at the United States Military Academy Library have a mission of our own: to empower our cadets, faculty, and staff to be leaders of distinction in scholarship and research by providing teaching and expertise in the discovery and application of scholarly information, access to information supporting the curriculum and independent research, and a place to engage with knowledge, ideas, and one another. Although there was an army post at what is now our location as far back as the Revolutionary War, and a library was part of that, by the way, the United States Military Academy Library was established by, or the academy itself, was established by Thomas Jefferson in 1802. The first graduating class was 2 students. But we have definitely grown over the years. Our current enrollment set by Congress is 4,400 cadets across the 4 grades of college, from freshman to senior. We are known as America's first school of engineering, and many people think of us that way. But our curriculum is truly broadly liberal in that all of our students take the same 37 core courses, ranging from English to psychology to international relations, and then specialize in one of 26 academic majors, from engineering to history to terrorism studies to kinesiology, across 13 academic departments. Of course, most of the work we do is centered on these cadets, teaching information literacy, providing course and assignment specific research instruction, and helping with all manner of research work they do as cadets. But our community includes the faculty as well, and we don't neglect them. One of the most important things that my liaisons and I do, or my fellow liaisons and I do for our faculty here at West Point, is the new instructor orientation. You can see on this slide a little information about the faculty composition here at West Point. It breaks down to approximately 18% of our faculty as senior military personnel, 55% are junior military, and 25% are civilian, both junior and senior. It's a challenging mix of people and cultures. One of our constants at West Point is change. Every summer, a significant number of faculty positions turn over as our junior rotating military faculty members either come to us from or leave us for the operational Army. In addition, many civilian postdocs or folks on loan for other Army agencies also come and go at regular intervals. So because of this, every department has a robust faculty onboarding program during the summer, and the library is always part of that. Many of us actually attend some of those sessions, learn what they teach their new faculty members about teaching at West Point, and we get to meet and speak with the new faculty members and share our perspective on West Point and what we do. But we really sell ourselves when we get them into our space. The new instructor orientation, or NIO, since everything in Army has to have an acronym, brings the new faculty members into the library for our instruction session on our resources and services. We go over the ways we support cadets from their freshman year as plebes to all the way through their senior year as firsties, with classes targeted towards specific courses and assignments, programs aimed at getting plebes paired up with a personal librarian to make sure they have a friendly face in the library, and subject specialty librarians who assist with specialized research for capstone projects that cadets complete during their first year in many of the academic majors. We also discuss with the faculty the way that we support them as instructors. We're available for information literacy instruction in any of their classes. We'd be happy to assist with curriculum mapping to ensure that the information literacy concepts and skills that we teach map to the outcomes that they expect their cadets to have in their classes. And we can assist them with getting materials they need for their own research and to support their teaching. The final treat is to stop in our archives and special collections reading room. And for an orientation to that collection, I give you Alicia. Okay, so we're gonna see the first of all, can you step in front of the camera?
Yes. Okay,
Very
perfect.
good.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. That works. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. So we are lucky, as she said, that we have a special collection archives. There's 3 components to it. There is our rare books, which we love. And we also have our manuscripts. So our manuscripts, they're pretty cool. They actually we have some dating back to the Revolutionary War that we show our students. And we also are lucky enough that we have an archives. We actually have a portion of the National Archives, what's known as an affiliated archives. So with that, we're Record Group 404, and that also invites people from the outside. So we are lucky enough that we get to serve our cadets, as well as we get to serve our instructors and outside researchers. One of the things that we are very, very mindful of is the security of our collections. So with that being said, patrons have to log onto a system that we have, right? This system they can find on our webpage. And this is after they've had some correspondence, typically
with one of our librarians. They'll have some correspondence. They'll schedule a trip, to come to visit the collections. And this is very important. So then this triggers for some curators to go back to pull some of that material that they're looking for. This system that we have is a total accountability system. Everything is tagged. The patrons only serve one at a time. And this is really important to give our cadets this experience, as a lot of them will go on to grad school, as well as some of our instructors. So we're really teaching them, that's a really important part, that we're teaching them about security of the collections. Also, we talk about the physical security of the collections, but we also talk about the preservation of stuff. So there's some things that we have that have been pulled out tons of times, or maybe something that's very valuable that we may not necessarily want to serve the original. If we take in consideration those things, and we may possibly digitize them. We also digitize things in preparation for classes at times. So if it's something that we know, and I'm not going to do a spoiler alert, but that we know that we'll be interested to a core class or something, we would probably make the determination to actually digitize that type of material. And so I'm going to stop kind of like right there, so that I do not spoil what we're talking about. Fine.
So I'll flip to the next slide, and we'll talk about, in preparation for the new instructor orientation, each of us liaisons works with a counterpart on our archives and special collections staff to have materials relevant to their discipline available for them to examine. When I prepare for the NIO for my civil and mechanical engineering faculty members, I choose materials that resonate with them. Diagrams and drawings of architecture and engineering structures made by faculty and cadets, textbooks that were used back in the day to teach in their discipline, and letters and other ephemera that speak to the concerns of students taking science and engineering classes at West Point. And spoiler alert, there will be some of those coming up on the next slide, so you'll get to see them. My colleagues in the liberal arts disciplines provide similar experience for their cadets. So what I'm going to do is have Alicia talk about what we show on this slide.
So we love that we have a collection that draws everybody in. And you'll see here, I don't know, you might know this person here. We were lucky enough that we get some pretty important VIPs that come through our way. And a lot of that is funneled through our English department, believe it or not. So they get a glimpse of some of the rare things that we have. A lot of things, for example, you see here, Miss Kristoff, she's actually with Notorious. And the notorious one. Yes. And she's actually looking at some court documents, some court martials and things from that time, and she is truly, truly engaged. Here we have, of course, our cadets. We draw them in, and we like to draw them in, telling them how important their heritage is to them. So a lot of times we'll pull some things, and you'll see that they'll look at that and go, "Wow, we're still doing that." Yes, we are. We're a place of tradition. So we will still do those types of things. The other thing that we will do is, you see we have outside lecture guests that have come, but more importantly, we do try to focus on our students, on the cadets. We want them to know that this is a resource, not just of cool stuff, but things they can actually use in papers. And so that's one of the things that we do.
Absolutely. So here are some examples of some of those materials that I've used to display for our STEM departments. It's a mix of resources from our archives and the various special collections, and it includes photographs of cadets. We have Patton up there in the right-hand corner, and cadets conducting experiments at the turn of the last century, some textbooks and their illustrations from members of our faculty back in the day, Dennis Hart Mahan and Peter Mikey. We have buildings at West Point. Mahan Hall is the engineering department, and Mikey Stadium, of course, is where our football team wins and beats Navy. Well, we don't beat Navy there, but we beat Navy. So we have drawings by cadets, including an architectural sketch by Cadet Hannibal Day and a map of West Point by Cadet Chapman. And when we pull that map out, we encourage people to identify the various things that are on that map from, what year was that, Alicia? Do you remember?
Just 1830.
1830. How many of those things that are on that map are still there at West Point today? So there are definitely things on that map that we can find. We also bring out letters and diaries of past cadets, especially when they wrote about their classes. Grant, Ulysses S. Grant, and Cullum both wrote home about their physics lessons. And one of the lessons, which you can't quite read there, but I will read for you, my favorite quote, he wrote, "I am now studying the power of all kinds of forces. I cannot find one sufficiently powerful to prevent my eyes from closing." In addition to preparing materials for new faculty to view, we have created some special displays for specific events. Wow, that's a tongue twister. I made a short presentation at the American Association of Engineering Education, Engineering Libraries Division on this exact topic, engaging faculty and cadets with unique materials. We've used these materials in cadet orientations. We do that now. Ever since COVID happened, we've gone from an in-person theatrical presentation in an auditorium at West Point to an online orientation process. And one of the online films that we show is about our archives and special collections. And last year, in preparation for our engineering program's ABET reaccreditation, I used some of these materials in a video that I made for the program evaluators to view as part of their assessment of the divisions that support the engineering programs at West Point. And so now what I will do is have another slide of class engagement and ask Alicia to describe some classes that she's facilitated with our materials, because they've been a real hit.
So I'm the liaison to our geography and engineering department. And as Laura says, a lot of the material that I will pull for those classes, because we were in engineering school. So we have some mapping, we have some things that draws them near. But before I even get to that class, I'm hooking the faculty. And I'm doing that in our NIO, if you guys remember what that means. I will actually tease them. So as Laura mentioned, there are, each department will go through special collection and archives. I will strategically, when I get that date of when they're coming, I will ask the XO what classes they're teaching. And I will target them by pulling specific material that's related to their classes. And then I'll say to them, well, this will be wonderful for EV 367, and that's our research class that you see there. Or wow, this photography, this will work with cartography. And that's how I build classes. So each year I set myself a goal to at least gain 1 or 2 classes. And so far I haven't failed yet on that part. What they love, and what at least I find that the instructors love, is that they had no clue of the material that was there. They know special collection has cool stuff. But what is that cool stuff? It's actually stuff that you can actually integrate into your classroom. One of the other things that I try to do is I establish early on that I am your peer. So I'm your peer and I'm going to teach. And what I'm teaching is something that you're not the expert of, right? I never claimed to be the expert of actually be able to read that map, but I am the expert of how to pull that map and to get what you need. And so by doing that, we have this partnership. And because as you heard Laura said, we have a high turnover, it's important to get that buy-in, because if not, you're starting from scratch. So for me, I make sure that they embed it into like lesson. I say, so what lesson is you going to embed that in? Oh, lesson 12. Oh, when I know that person's leaving, can you introduce me to your counterpart who's taking over? Or if they don't have the time, that XO, I want to know that name so I can say, hey, you know, lesson 12, before you start messing with that, lesson 12 is the archive section. And this is why it's important. And as you can see, they love the material. So we also do history of photography. We have a lovely professor who is totally in love. You have to give those who love champions of your collections, right? And he loves photography. He actually just finished a book that's in digital form where he went back and traced all the buildings. And this book is incredible. And he mapped everything. So it's something that, you know, he's finding value, and now he in return is having his peers find value in that material as well. English, our English department is huge. And our liaison, Susan Lindelman, she's like a rock star in her department. And they will do EN 101, and they come through the whole section. Now, so when I say that, that's huge. That's a big, all librarians are on deck. and everyone is truly, truly interacting with that. So we have here that the cadets, they're in the reading room, but we're teaching them reading room habits, right? Special collection and archives, your behavior in that reading room is a little bit different than the library, right? So we're teaching them habits and tools that they'll be able to use once they have actually left the academy. And so here where the cadets report the materials, we have started using, we have seen more in the past few years where they're actually using special collection and archives material in their capstone projects. And all the librarians, it's great because then all the librarians get to see that as well. So we're all learning from this material that we have here. Trying to think if there's anything else that really.
Well, I
cover.
am fascinated by one of the classes, and we actually featured this, I think, on one of our social media posts recently. In English, there is a class, an elective called the History of the Book. And the instructor brings the students over to Special Collections and Archives and has them adopt a book, right?
Yes.
So how do they choose those books?
So I mentioned Savolainen. She will actually coordinate with the instructor who's doing that, and they will pull out a sample of books. So really, she's helping curate that process for the instructor, and they will lay out some books, and they actually give them the power, right? Instead of saying you pick that book, they're actually letting them interact with the material, which is something different, right? Because what do they mostly use? So to actually use a book, oh my goodness. And I remember another time where she had pulled out just a plain old newspaper. They were fascinated. It was like, wow, you turned the pages to this newspaper. But right, it's giving the history of how our written tools sort of have to kind of transfer to this like flat surface, and to be able to see the value of a book is like priceless. And like I said, they're totally engaged, whether it be a ledger or if it's an old book, they are totally engaged in what they're doing at that moment in time.
One of our faculty members, as a result of her orientation as a new member of the physics and nuclear engineering department, was so fascinated with some of the great stuff that she saw when she came in for that NIO. She worked with Susan and I'm not sure who else in that department. They put together an exhibit called, it was for physics, it was cadet physics letters. It was cadet letters home about physics. And that column letter that I read to you from the other slide was one of those, and they featured that exhibit, and it's actually online for viewing, right? And in addition to that, many of our colleagues, I was not one of them, but Alicia was, and many of our other colleagues collaborated on an exhibit called West Point and the Civil War. Because when you think about West Point, if you know anything about the history of the Civil War, you know, it's a trope, but it's true that people from West Point fought on both sides of that, you know, conflict, and they fought each other. They fought their classmates, they fought their teachers, their students. And so we have a strong collection of material that pertains to the Civil War. And so our colleagues put together a great exhibit, and that is online. It is something that we are increasingly doing. Exactly. Thanks, Jen.
Jen is
you know,
magic.
Jennifer knows all about this
That's
because
right.
she's had a chance to see some of these collections.
She got
saw
us.
her, I got you. I saw her post earlier about the amazing things that we have, and I was like, yeah, she knows. So that West Point and the Civil War exhibit is great because one of the things that we are increasingly doing, we know, and we've known all along, that our collections are important, not just to people at West Point, but to people around the world. We are, that's why we're part of NARA. You know, we're part of the history of the United States, certainly. And you can see that with all the visitors that come there and all the events that are happening, but also with our collections, we want to make sure that even people who can't get to West Point, and certainly during COVID, so many people couldn't, which spurred us in that direction, to create digital exhibits and make sure that the items that we create that we are using for our students and that can be used by the wider community are digitized and available for that. So a lot of these, the exhibit, the book that Alicia just talked about historic buildings at West Point, Dr. John Malinowski, that is also an exhibit that's linked from our homepage. So you can absolutely look at all of these without coming to us. Although at some point we'd love to have you all come to us, right? And I think that's pretty much what we've got here. I
Yeah.
mean, the results of all this engagement, as you can see, are really terrific because it gets cadets really interacting with these great materials. It gives them the experience of using them in a setting where they have to be more respectful than tossing something
Yes.
across a room.
Yeah,
and
just a
and
little.
and it gives them a real sense of history. I remember walking into an exhibit. So there are some English classes that we have that focus on society and culture in lots of different ways. And in the past, we've had all the English classes read, for example, Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, Between the World and Me. And when that was going on, we had a display in archives and special collections of the experiences of African-American cadets through the years at West Point. And it really does resonate. They're wearing the same uniforms, they're doing the same things, they're complaining about the same situations, about the food. Everybody always complains about the food, right? And yet it gives you a sense of what kind of pioneers they were and what struggle they went through. And the cadets can see that, learn from that, and understand that even though their struggle might be unique in a particular way, it is not unique across the Corps because they're all going through this kind of experience. It really makes them feel like they're going to be part of that long gray line. What I do is I warn them, I said, 20 years from now, some cadet is going to be studying you.
And that's usually how we leave it. I just want to circle back to the Civil War thing because I neglected to say that when we were doing the exhibit, we called it an exhibit, but we very much wanted it to be part of the teaching tools. So if you look at like NARA has like teaching resources for teachers. You will see that there's primary sources, is loaded with primary sources, and that's what it's geared for, with the hopes that teachers here at the academy as well as abroad would use these resources. There are things like things that you're not going to find other places that is strictly unique to West Point. And I think that we're going to push forward with that kind of momentum of things that we have that would be beneficial to other instructors or teachers to be able to use. So I forgot to say that, and I just want to put a plug in for that.
I think that's a great way to end. So thank you very much.
Turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Kerr. I have been a librarian for 13 years. I was at the Woodstock Library from 2010 to 2021 as librarian, interim director, and director. Currently, I'm a consultant for libraries and nonprofits. Today, you're here to hear about something different. I wholeheartedly love Kristin and everybody's presentations on teaching. That's what we do here. This is a little different. Vote down the library? Really? Dissolve and terminate. It was real. But everybody loves libraries, right? They're perfect, they're wonderful. Children love them, seniors love them, politicians running for office love them. Everybody. But libraries are political because everybody doesn't love funding the library. Try to make this really brief, a little background. The Woodstock Library is never boring. It was created in 1913 as the Woodstock Club to provide for showing films, a nurses fund, and a library. It moved to its current location in 1927 and was funded by donations and by the library fair beginning in 1931. There's a book about it, Story of a Small Town Library by Francis Rogers, up to the 70s. If anybody wants to write the next one, there's lots of information fodder. Fast forward to 1991 was the creation by vote of the Woodstock Public Library District. There are 4 types of public library districts. If anybody knows one, you can put it in the chat. These are ways that basically public libraries are funded is the difference between them. There are association libraries, which are generally not funded by taxes, more by donations or grants, endowments. There are municipal libraries, which are part of towns or cities as departments. There are school district libraries, which are created and funded through school taxing districts. And there are special libraries, which Mid-Hudson Library System has many of, and they are funded by tax levies that the voters have agreed upon. The Woodstock Library last renovation edition was in 1987. So they were working to improve the conditions and expand the space. There's about 4,800 square feet of library space, but there's another whole building, which is the book barn, which is wonderful. But you know, water comes up from the floor. So there was a project to do a renovation and addition. They didn't separate the budget of the project and the operating budget. So guess what? People got mad, very mad, because it really was a vote to increase the budget by about 50%. So understandably, there was concerns. Don't do this. Talk to your library system, talk to SENYCon, they will all tell you, don't do this. It was voted down, and as the annual budget, it was both the staff raises and the materials budget that didn't increase. And again, in 2008, it was voted down kind of for spite. So don't do that. Well, then I joined the library. There was really fun times getting some new programming. We moved all sorts of things in the library around, the children's room, all sorts of fun stuff. Then there was an opportunity to purchase the laundromat across the street at tax auction. The library fundraised $170,000 in a matter of weeks. It was kind of amazing. But because there was a whole lot of concerns about working on something across the street and not working on the building, concerns about building by the stream, concerns of cost, concerns of agreement that was made with the town on what was going to happen, it got very messy and it didn't happen, which was sad. So more deciding, years go on, there's not more space. It's rather frustrating. In 2016 and 17, the library board commissioned a master facilities plan, and it involved a lot of input from the community. Really heard that people love the staff, they love what's going on there. They feel like it's their library, and they adore library lawn. The report also said that a renovation and addition could work, but for the best value, for the expense, and for the constraints of the site, not building on Library Lane, then an all new building would be the best use. But the library board voted to build a new building and people got mad again. The library has an annual budget election and trustee election, and there was 5 seats up because of, you know, life, and 9 people ran for 5 seats. It was, you know, exciting for a public library trustee election. The supporters of the new building and the board's current plan did get elected. However, in 2018, it was a dark and stormy day before the library fair, the day before. And literally the downpour was coming in through one of the staff office windows, and we get handed a petition that asks to hold a referendum on consolidating the district. Their idea was into the town, be a town department, everything would be fine. How is this possible? there is something called the New York Reorganization and Citizens Empowerment Act from 2010. There's a link there so you can read all about it. But basically, it's a process for voters to petition for a public vote, consolidating their local government for special districts. In Woodstock, we have a number of districts. The general town tax fund, there is the lighting district, sewer, fire district, and then library district. Things, this act, I think, is also created to work on reducing redundancies for people. You know, is the village of Saugerties and the town of Saugerties, I'm sure they all want to be not changed, but sometimes does it make sense to have two different highway departments or something like that. So reducing taxing districts, possibly reducing cost to taxpayers, empowers citizens or boards to streamline local government. There's a section on if the village of Saugerties wants to merge with the town of Saugerties, that it's a clear process. Or it can be a referendum created by petition of the voters. If it was approved, it would mandate the district create a consolidation plan that then goes up for vote. So after wanting to expand the library in 2007, getting to 11 years later and not having more space, this was kind of crazy. It's like, this doesn't solve the problem. This doesn't move us forward. Why? This is the petition language. It literally said a proposal to dissolve and terminate the Woodstock Public Library District. That language is in the act. And again, their thoughts were to consolidate with the town government. Everything would be fine. The library would have the same budget, same staff, just ducky. But the trustees will be appointed by the town board instead of elected by the people. And this is not to say that municipal libraries are worse. It just, you're gonna try to take over a public libraries board by what? Yeah, we'll do that. It's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. It was something we had to win. There was some thoughts about, do we try to fight this? There was unpleasantness with how they got people to sign the petition. Hey, I have a petition about the library. Would you like to sign it? Sure. Oh, does it dissolve and terminate? Reading is important, people. But as a publicly funded institution, the library itself and staff can provide information on the referendum, but must not advocate. Can't spend library taxpayer dollars. You can't send your staff out saying, vote no. It was vote no, which is funny because usually you want to vote yes for libraries, but it was vote no. Especially strange was just about everybody was saying, we're doing this for the good of the community, for the good of the library, whatever side they were on this. So it was weird, to say the least. But we decided to fight it, have to win. Can't stop it, gotta win it. So we used the terminology of dissolve and terminate. It sounds scary. Dissolve and terminate with the library. This is not a Terminator movie. This is libraries. We had a large base of supporters in the community, folks who were supporting the board, folks who had just come out in September for the trustee election. The petition was served in July. We set the election for November at the general election 2018. It was on the back of the ballot, I believe. And just getting everybody to know what was going on. explaining the process, explaining what kind of funding and how library boards are governed. It's not really something that people are very excited to learn about. But we had a lot of support from the Mid-Hudson Library System, from the New York Library System. My trustees literally started saying, what would Rebecca do? Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Nyla. Support from, you know, the Ulster County Libraries directors, support from friends. It just was all hands on deck. We had so many volunteers, you know, all of your public libraries, I'm sure, run on volunteer efforts. Not mainly, but heavily supported. And it was amazing, the amount of people that have come out for the library. And I always try to keep in mind, even the folks that were advocating to dissolve and terminate the library, that they felt like they were doing the right thing. They felt like they were taking care of their community. They felt like they were taking care of their library. They wanted to save the library. Many of us felt like saving the library was not about the building, but about the staff and the funding and the direction of the library and what we're providing to the community rather than a structure. But that's more what it became about, except the vote wasn't about a building. It was about funding and governance. So just explaining to people that was complicated because what is this vote about? It's about the building. No, it's not. We presented facts on what would happen if it passed and what would happen if it failed. And we didn't have exact answers on, you know, what would happen. Absolutely, it could have been absorbed by the town. Things could have been great. You know, it wasn't that they wanted to destroy and wipe the library from existence. They wanted to change it and they wanted control. But we could say, this is a process that is going to take a long time. It's going to take our volunteers' time, our trustees' time in creating some sort of plan to create a library structure funding that we already have. So there was a lot, but it got messy for sure. Keeping the staff informed is imperative, as well as our volunteers, providing good information for them. Some of our CERC clerks had never thought about, you know, the funding and governance of public libraries. So there was a lot of new information. And really trying to focus on all the reasons that why libraries are wonderful, public libraries are wonderful, you know, kids programming, story hour, book clubs, help on the computers, learning how to print things, you know, it just focusing on what we do, not some kind of process to change something that we thought already worked. And there was people on either side of the issue, as I said. There were, it was complicated because, you know, our patrons, some of them were like, this is terrible, this can't happen, we love you, we don't want anything to change. Even if it might not be bad, we don't want anything to change. And then there were some patrons who would come in and this needs to pass, things need to change around here. So the staff had to both inform and not get caught in conversations of, well, what do you think we should do? I think, you know, and May, I know you're out there. Thank you for living through this as well. Community members, business owners, there was folks who were putting signs in their businesses. There were people who were, I'm not going to go there because of this and that. And taxpayers, there's always taxpayers who just want least tax. We all have them. And I don't disagree with them. I pay taxes and they're not always pleasant. But is it going to be a good use of taxpayer dollars for our library to create a funding and governance plan when it already has one that the voters approved? Our volunteers Friends of the Library, advocates, and the people that were working to change the structure were volunteering too. There was a lot of folks putting a lot of effort into it, making signs, hanging things up, putting flyers in mailboxes. Don't do that. People sitting in front of the grocery store with a table, not asking permission from the grocery store, you know, just a lot going on. But there was also other districts and taxing entities that kind of had opinions or interest in what was going on. This act can be used, as I said, on other districts, special districts. The fire department really could have been used on this. They also had feelings always about how much tax the library was getting for its annual budget. And for other libraries in New York State, special districts, this was kind of a test case of what happens. And if we failed, what happens? And if we win, what happens? So there was a lot going on. The town of Woodstock, I think it was hard for everybody because some people wanted change. They didn't see what was happening as a good thing. Some town board members were staying out of it, you know, publicly. The supervisor was not taking sides. I was told by a few of them that this is crazy and we don't want this, but it really was divisive, and I don't recommend it. But also media reporters and editors were having various opinions. If an editor of a newspaper, you know, really wants to share their opinion, they will put the article titles or the headlines or the pictures in a certain way. Oops, don't touch the microphone. And then people on Facebook. There were people that don't even live or vote in Woodstock. There were people that supported the library district, didn't want it to change, people that did. People on Facebook can get very argumentative. And I think even when people were trying to present facts and trying to say, well, this is this, and here's the problem, it was seen as arguing anyway, even if it wasn't. So social media can be dangerous, we've discovered. And lots of feelings, all kinds of things, not being heard, too much taxes, too much change, not enough progress. Definitely feelings of this is not about the community, this is not about the library, this is about some people getting their way. There was a lot of misinformation, and even we could have presented some information better. There was lawn signs, posters, and so there was an election. November 6th, this is the exact wording: shall the Woodstock Public Library District be dissolved and terminated? We took it right out of their petition. They did not like that. They wanted it to say something else. Sorry, folks, that's what you wrote on the paper. That's what people are voting on. We won. It was a crazy night because we all gathered at a restaurant, and we had people at the different voting districts, because there's 4 or 5, and we were getting calls with this number and this number, and as we were getting calls, it was, oh my gosh, we're ahead. Oh, and you're just like, what is happening? Is this okay? Is it going to work? What if it doesn't? Oh my gosh. But it was a resounding defeat of the referendum, which was a blessing, mostly. It was great to have defeated it, but it also felt so discouraging because it didn't solve the problem. It just took our whole community in a different direction that was messy and sometimes very mean. And library work, we're all here because we love it. We want to impact people. We want to guide people to what they need. We want to, make the community better, bring it together, not separate it. But you can't take things personally, which is hard. And I definitely, get into the empathetic, how is this patron feeling when they come in here, and what are they doing? What do they need? Even the people on the other side feeling like they're not getting what they want from their library, feeling like they're being ripped off financially or anything. It's very hard. So I just recommend take care of yourself. The library is a wonderful place to work and a hard place to work sometimes. Library administrators and boards have the ability to impact their staff the most. Library staff deserve a living wage, especially now. But it's a hard thing, and especially when you're up against people who are saying the budget's too high, we can't spend any more, we can't do a bond, we can't, it's too much. But again and again, we heard, we love the staff. We love the staff. We love going in there. We love their attitude. We love their friendliness and welcomingness. They were the reason that I believe there were such strong feelings about this whole thing, is that people wanted to make sure things were going to be okay. They just had different ideas of what that was going to be. Increasing benefits, if you can't do raises, do both, do all of it. Express gratitude for your staff, appreciate them in public, in private, in conversations at the desk, at your board meetings, with the town board, with the newspaper. It's a hard job, and I can't say enough for the folks that are greeting people every day with sometimes the weirdest questions. Not the staff, but the people, which is great. And muster your own resources, kitten and puppy videos. Connect with your library network, people that are here, people at your public libraries, association meetings. As library people, we know sometimes what you're doing, whereas your friends might not quite understand. So connecting with other library folks has been very wonderful for me. Pizza. A patron talked to me about this a while ago, and he just mentioned it this week. 70% rule, where if we go 100% of the time, we're not taking care of ourselves. We're not being open for new ideas. We're focusing too much on the task and maybe not learning. And we're not able to live as fully if we're nose to the grindstone, above and beyond overworking. It's bad. Identify and check in with your support systems. There are wonderful people, friends, family that we all have, and we want to let them know if it's hard. As others have said, take care of yourself and try to connect with everybody in your support system. Put on your oxygen mask before you help others. It's true. And be kind to yourself. I also can share that I definitely don't recommend getting rear-ended at a red light and having 2 major spinal surgeries, including one, I think 6 or 8 weeks before the vote, and then hospitalized for 5 days the week before the vote. So don't do that. That's bad. But do you have any other strategies that you want to share on taking care of yourself? So we end on a positive note. You could put things in the chat or you can tell your neighbor. But just think about caring for your staff, your public, your community, even if they're horrible, and yourselves. And we have questions. Millions. Right, thank you.
All right, my mic's on and everybody at home should be hearing me now. So we're going to talk about securing your organization's domain. Real exciting topic before lunch. I'll try to make it less painful. So what is a domain? As we found out through Jeopardy, is part of a URL. Nice little tie in there. Yes. I got it. In more modern days, it's kind of become a brand too for a lot of people now. Their domain name is their brand. And from a technical side of things, it's what maps to an IP address. So SENYCon.org maps to a web server, Meredith.edu maps to a web server, and so on and so forth. And this is all controlled by a whole network of servers around the globe. So this right here is the root servers for the world. There are 13 IP addresses, and behind that there's about 600 servers. So if you want to take out the world internet, there's your targets. And there's an operator, so there's a company responsible for making sure their upkeep and they're running. But anytime you're on your computer and your computer doesn't know something, it will actually go out and connect probably to a local DNS first at your organization, and then that server is going to connect to one of these, and then they find out where they need to go for IP information. And that's kind of how it all works. So, root and top level, you have no control over. Your organization is when they get to the second level. So that's when you go out and you pay for your name from a vendor of some sort. And then from there on, your organization controls the third level. So that is usually some server. So you have subdomains, and that's where you define your www dot, your mail dot, and whatever your organization will be doing. So that's the control piece. So so we went from top level down, we go one more level. So you have companies that are responsible for the top and make sure the world internet runs. All the domains are actually owned by other companies. So for example, the .org is run by the Public Internet Interest Registry. And that's the servers that run .org. Nobody will, oh, no big deal. What happens? Well, in 2020, something else almost happened. .org almost got sold. So right now it was run by a nonprofit, and then they were going to get $1 billion endowment by giving it to some Greek finance company. So Internet Frontier Foundation spent 2019 into 2020 fighting it, because they're worried, if you're giving it from a nonprofit to a profitable company, they're worried about your .org registration fees going up, and maybe they don't like who you are as .org and they get rid of you. As we are seeing right now, recent news. So this happened, Ukraine wanted all the Russian domains removed from the top level internet. The regulating body decided not to do that this time. But so that's when these companies come into play. Is like when something comes up, they find out who runs these things real quick. As far as things, .mil, run by the Department of Defense. So you can't get a .mil address unless you talk to the nice people in Whitehall, Ohio. If you're .edu, that's run by EDUCAUSE. So again, that's how EDUCAUSE has their own process with working with academics to make sure you're a legit .edu. And then .com is run by VeriSign. So when it comes to like .orgs and .coms and anything else, pretty much there's no verification. Usually you have a credit card, off you go. And then if you're someone who's ever bought SSL certificates, that's why we got buy SSL certificates, because there is no verification on any of this stuff. So yeah, you buy a domain name for $10, then you got to pay VeriSign $300 for a certificate to verify who you are. And that's a whole other conversation on certificates, but that's essentially why we have certificates, along with some of the encryption stuff. But there's mostly a verification process. And you really don't own a domain. More, I consider it more rental. You know, usually you have a contract or something, you pay a fee to run your .org, your .com every year or every couple of years. And great examples are Amazon and Microsoft and Office. They actually have to contract with a company called Mark Monitor Inc. That is who they get their domain names from. I'm sure they got some type of contract worked out for multiple years, but that is who is they're registered ICANN provider. They are not their own ICANN providers, and so everybody, even the big ones, have to go and regularly deal with somebody. So some of the stuff you can do, like right off the bat, if you run your own domain, is make sure nobody can steal your domain. And a while ago, that was an issue. So right now, so a tool it's called Who Is, and you can find out like who is SENYCon.org, and you'll find out our street address, and I'm the contact, and all that stuff. It also tells you right here, a lot of this stuff is prohibited. You can't delete it, you can't transfer it, you can't update it. So that's to prevent anyone else outside the world saying, "Oh, can I take that name?" The whole thing that prevents that from happening. 15 years ago, someone actually transferred Google.com to their own servers because that blocks weren't available at the time. No one thought about, oh, that could happen, and somebody figured it out. And so for a couple of hours, Google was out because somebody took their domain. It's hijacking. So that's an example of DNS hijacking on a big scale. You can go on low scale. So this could be happening in organizations. Somebody can run a DNS server locally, colleges, this could be a big one. Somebody who wants to get into finance systems or the grades or whatever. They can run a local DNS. They can then poison, what we call ARP poison, and redirect all the traffic from like the registrar office to maybe a server they're running and spoof them and fake them out. So it's like a lot of colleges and other places are like, don't run DHCP, don't run your own DNS. They're afraid of things like this happening. It's also good to keep, if you run a network of some sort, to keep your resolving DNS separate from your main DNS. So like I said, if you bought a domain, you're using a DNS server somewhere. You might be paying someone to run it for you, or you're running on your own, but that should be separate from what your population is using to figure out names. So essentially two separate servers. Email. And this is with the big one. So yeah, everybody is looking for domains to send email from. And this is probably, we're going to get to a lot of security controls on this. So when we talk about domain names, so SENYCon.org, there's a couple of things that go into that. There's what we call an A record, and that gives you an IP address to a web server. There's another thing called an MX record, and that is what gives you an IP address to a mail server. And then there's a text record, which gives you information about the domain. If you want to add some extra security stuff, and some security tools do that, and we will use that in a minute. So this is an MX record for us. So in our case, we use Google Apps, and so we have a whole bunch of Google servers that handle our email. If you were to run an MX check on your own organization, you might have something similar. You might only have one. One is fine. Some places that's all it is. All these are actual email servers. So if one server goes down, we can still get email from 8 other servers, and they all have a priority, and they all have different IP addresses, and they're since Google, it's around the globe. But an academic might only have one. So you see, it's not bad. These are the big tools: DKIM, DMARC, and SPF. We're going to talk about a little of them. So these are things that you add to your domain, and this is what helps secure your email. I do these on every domain name we have. Even though all we use is SENYCon.org for email, we buy 8 or 9 other domains. Everything gets all this because people around the world are looking to get domain names just to email from. They don't have to validate themselves. They can just spoof the address. And if you don't put any of these blocks in, they're going to be emailing from your domain, which is essentially your brand. So this is then my image right here. It's just if someone does it right. So this is LinkedIn. This is a LinkedIn message I got, and Google's just showing me SPF was great, DKIM was great, DMARC was great. Everything's great. So I know it's a legit email from LinkedIn. This is SPF. So this is just a little text string that goes into your DNS record. And all you're doing is you're telling the world, these IP addresses are my email servers. No one else in the world should be emailing except for these addresses. So as long as another provider is checking to see if these are legit, you can kind of secure your brand a little bit by not having someone send an email from China using your domain. So in our case, we're using Outlook for Office and Google, and then we have MailChimp, which has a bunch, and then the local IP for the office. DKIM. This one, again, this is something you add to your domain. It's essentially, it's a key. So you go in the case Google makes it real easy. We use Google Apps, but other providers can do this. There's different ways of doing it. But you generate yourself a key, you put it into your DNS, and then anytime you send an email message to your email servers, they will go back and look at your record, your DNS record, and go, did this come from your server? And go, oh, good, yeah, it did. And then that's how they know it's, again, a valid way. The receiver has to check for it, but it's another tool in the toolbox to help. And I said, and it's not encryption. As I said, key, it's not encrypting the message or anything like that. It's just providing an exchange key for emails. And this is what Google does. So this one I literally just did for hvconnected.org. So they give you all the information, you type in your domain, and then they say, here's your text record, and then just add this into your DNS. And that's all you got to do. DMARC. That's why I swear. I don't get a little confusing. So with DMARC, this is more of reporting. So you add this into your DNS record, and then other email servers will get you reports back depending on what you say you want. So in my case, I want to, if things fail, and it's a little hard to probably read here, but this bottom line is my actual DMARC record. And it's saying if something's failed, 100% send me a record of it. And then so every morning I get a bunch from like Yahoo or Google or whatever. And it's just an XML file. And it'll just tell me what the IP address was of the mail server and if it failed in this case. It can tell me if it passes if I wanted to, but I don't get those. To be honest, I don't really look at them that much. I only look at them if somebody has an issue, and then I'll start flipping through them because they can be very, they're very long, they're very loggy. So it's not anything. I just keep it running just so I have the information. So if I don't have it, I can't do anything. When I have the information, it gives me another option. And that's what it actually looks like. That's why I actually get my email, and that's for one message. So that this IP address, tried doing a mail to Google, and it failed my DKIM and it failed my SPF. And it was trying to use the hrvh.org. Which, hey, Jen, everybody tries to use hrvh.org all the time. We're popular. And then there's some tools. So these are the different things I like. So mtoolbox/domain is a great tool. I'm going to run that if I can. So what's nice about this one, it gives you a nice nifty little report on your domain. So it went through and so it looked, see if I'm blacklisted, and it looked for the mail server, it looked at the web server to see if anything going on there, looked at my DNS. And it comes back with a couple of warnings. Now there are some things I can't control. So the warnings, not errors, so it's not horrible. But like these reverse DNS, I can't do anything about it. Google runs the DNS or it runs the mail server, so I can't do anything about that. And this SOAR expire is just a timer value with our name servers. I don't control the name servers. We rent that from someone else, and they won't let me change that value, so I can't do anything about that. So, but everything else is great. So it's nice. So it's a great tool to use. Another one is from Google. It's called Dig. So all these different things here are different things, aspects of your domain. So if you did SINYCon.org, I can find out all my MX records. A would be my web server. And then text, I said all the different security things I got going on that we let the world know about. So that's a nice one. And I'm going to show us message header. So if anyone gets an email message and you're curious what's going on, if you actually go in usually there's a view source or view original, you can go there, paste it right here, and it'll tell you where in the world it came from, what security checks failed to pass. It's just a little helpful analyzer because it's all gobbledygook when you look at it. I'll admit, you look at it, you see a bunch of, of strings and what's all this. This helps visualize it a lot better. And then my last tool I'm leaving off with is DNS checker. So this gives you a whole bunch of tools. So it's kind of like the Google one a little bit. Depending on much internet working, this will give you almost any type of tool you need for IP addresses or DNSs for checking and seeing what's going on. So, and with that, I am going to leave it. We're good. Yeah, I was not going to make it too painful before lunch. There you go.
Awesome. Thanks,
No
Zach.
problem.
You've been defending us from the Russians since before it was cool.
Oh, yes.
So I'm just looking in the chat to see if there's any things in the chat. Nothing yet. And so, yes, that concludes our morning presentations. For those of you who are at home, we're going to just leave this Zoom meeting up and running. So we'll start up again exactly at 1 o'clock on the dot with Amy and Renee from Red Hook. Oh, and wait, there is a question in the chat from Gina. Would you recommend any of these tools to learn about a website you're evaluating, i.e. in order to learn about the organization that made the website?
Let's think. So are you talking about like maybe if you're shopping for a vendor to like work on a website for you, or? That too, like, that's what I just do because I'm just nosy what people are doing. But yeah, if you're looking for maybe somebody who does this as a living and you want to see their work, to see, it can be a good tool to evaluate, are they thinking about these things? Especially if you're trying to find someone who's going to run the whole thing for you. See what they've done already, or if they don't, you go and say, hey, I saw this, and get their take on why they haven't or haven't done it. Maybe they don't know themselves. To be honest, this is probably one of the least known things in IT, my feeling, and it's the thing that controls everything. And there are so many tech people who do not understand the whole root tree or anything like that. They just go and hop the seat and goes. They focus on their part in IT. That's all I take. Take out those 13 organizations, boom, no internet. So.
Wow. Thanks. And yeah, I just want to say for the record too, I knew it was a domain and not an extension. Just referring back to the earlier thing, but I think if anyone else was paying attention to our first presentation of the day, Kristin encouraged us to make mistakes. So there we go. And get started. There it is. All right, so to start off, we have Amy and Renee from Red Hook Public Library. And thank you so much for being here. Turn over to you. Wait, I can't hear you again. Now you're definitely muted.
Can you also see us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Okay, well, welcome to the program experience. I'm Amy Smith.
I'm Renee Zhang.
And we're both from the Red Hook Public Library. So you may be groaning internally, thinking, I don't want another presentation on a program that won't work at my library because we're bigger or we're smaller, don't have any money, or we have too much money, or our demographics are different. That is not what we are planning on doing here. What we want to do is help people to maybe shift their thinking in program planning from content-focused planning to experience-focused planning. So what do we mean by experience? Why is it not advancing? This did not happen in the, oh. All right, so sorry. What do we mean by experience? What we mean is asking ourselves, how do our patrons want to feel? How do they need to feel? And yeah, okay, sorry, I got flustered. Experience is how your patrons need or want to feel socially and emotionally. So what we're looking to do is to create opportunities for Red Hook patrons to feel all of these things: connected, valued, safe, welcome, relaxed. How do we know how they want to feel? They tell us. And it's because we ask, but you can't just like walk up to someone and be like, hey, how do you want to feel, right? So one of the things we're very lucky about here at Red Hook is that staff developing relationships with patrons is valued, and we are given time to do that. So it's about listening. It's about being present and connecting, because if people feel comfortable with you, they will talk to you about what they need. The other way we know is project outcome. This is particularly true for adult programs. When we give these out, one of the questions we always use is, what did you like most about this program? 9 times out of 10, what people write there is more about how they felt than what they did or what they learned. And this is really telling for us. Once you know what the patrons want in terms of experience, you can write a heck of a lot more compelling narrative for a grant proposal. Many of the programs we're going to talk about as examples are grant funded, and we're able to secure those grants because we can say, we know they want this because. So we're going to go through some examples of the types of content we use to create experiences in hopes that it can help you do something similar, at least in thinking. So the first group that we're going to talk about, that I'm going to talk about, is toddlers and preschoolers. So this age group is probably the ultimate in experience-based programming. If your library is doing any programs for this age, in addition to story times is a separate animal that I'm not going to talk about today, but if you're doing anything in addition to story time, odds are it's about experience. For these kids, that's what the programs are. The key thing about all of these programs I'm going to talk about is they're basically free. They are the cheapest programs that I do, without doubt. So Petite Picasso, which is what you see Maeve doing there with the blue paint, and Tiny Tot Theater, which is in the circle where the kids are dressing up. These are examples of experience space because what we're doing is creating opportunities for the kids to feel connected and safe enough to make mistakes and follow their imaginations. So as examples, in Tiny Tot Theater, there are very few rules of engagement. I made a lot of the crowns and stuff, and we bought a bag of silks. I give a story seed, and then the story goes where they take it. And part of that is having a staff member present who gives them permission to follow their ideas through. In Petite Picasso, again, very few rules of engagement. And what it allows the kids to do is try something new, which is important. What it allows the caregivers who bring them to do is feel really excited that they don't have to clean up the mess, which is actually really important because they get the opportunity to bring their things for some kind of creative exploration without it having to stress them out. So how staff promote social opportunities within programs for this age group is also important. Yeah, toddlers are all about the parallel play, but working through some social things, modeling them is helpful for them. So as an example, in Petite Picasso, I don't put all the colors that are available on every table. We have multiple tables. The whole reason for that is that so kids have a reason to go over to another table and have the experience of asking to borrow one, and the kids at the other to share one. It works out a lot better than I feared. The other thing, and this is true at all of my kid programs, is I introduce them to each other by name. Even for a toddler, what you're doing is sending the message that in a social situation, they matter as an individual, not just as another kid. So essentially what happens is the kids feel connected and they feel good. The adults feel mutually supported. What families need, what anyone needs, changes with context. So COVID is a great example of that. And the pictures of the kids outside are from Preschool Nature Walk. When COVID shut down most of the opportunities for kids and all of our indoor programming, I started this Preschool Nature Walk. What it allowed was the kids a chance to race around and kind of be nuts get tired, which benefited the parents. And it allowed the parents to have mutual support with other adults who were also exhausted from the constant risk assessment they had to do every time they went out in public. If I showed up in a parking lot and other individuals came, those adults knew that there would be other kids there for their kids to connect with, and that those families would share a similar level of risk assessment. So it helped the parents a lot. So what we're talking about is creating opportunities for social connection and community connection.
Okay, so I will be talking more about the adult program examples for today's presentation. When I say the program name, Local History Lunch, what type of lecture comes to mind? Are you picturing historians talking at the podium? What's the audience fighting to keep their eyes open? Well, there were historians involved, but the audience was more engaged and entertained. In fact, before the pandemic, I would say this was one of our more popular adult programs. So this series, which was designed to for seniors to enjoy, took place at weekdays. And as expected, most of the patrons who came were retirees. And the topics were more local interest, and presenters were also from the local area. They would have things like kid houses from the early 1900s or the Prohibition era history. We also had a local musician come to perform. She sang some nostalgic standards from the 50s and 60s. Here you see the ladies are singing along and clapping along. And the most popular speaker we had was a park ranger, and she came from Hyde Park, and she gave a lively presentation on the Roosevelts. Yes, the presenters, the topics, and the food were all major draws for the people who came. But in the end, we realized it was just part of it. The participants also got to do something that was different and in a group. So we realized that they were signing up for the next presentation as soon as the first one was over, because they were treating this like an outing. They saw it as an opportunity to connect with people from their community at a place where they can relax and socialize over a nice little lunch. There were people who came as couples and by themselves, but yet I realized a lot of them already knew each other and basically coordinated this so they could treat this as a monthly outing. So with our programs, there's no cost for our patrons, which is very popular for these budget conscious seniors who really were looking to save a little money. So they liked the experience and the routine of having a monthly lunch gathering with friends in a familiar place. Oh, okay. So hands-on is another type of program we have for adults that's very popular. This is a Saturday morning program, and we can see the people who come are a little different. So basically, the premise of the program is that every month we try something different, and arts and crafts, sewing, or a cooking method. So the participants get to try something new and creative, but they don't have to buy all the supplies. And this way they get to try it out before they invest time and money into a new hobby. And another plus is that the adults and parents can use the library space in a creative way without their kids, which is very important. The atmosphere is relaxed, and the class focuses on having fun together rather than producing a masterpiece in 2 hours. There's usually a lot of chatting and laughter. And I use the term we because most of the time, the teacher leading the classes is actually a librarian. So one less, basically.
And Dawn.
And Dawn. Here
She's
she
in the
is.
photo.
She's in the photo. So sure, we get to try something new and creative while in class, but the learning aspect does not outweigh the connection piece. It's always worth pointing out that we saw many intergenerational participants who are adults in the programs. So like a mom would come with her grown daughter or daughter-in-law, and there were grandparents with their
Older grandchildren.
older grandchildren, or maybe an aunt with a niece, cousins. So it was very different from the usual kind of group dynamics we see here. So in a way, it's a bonding experience for adults in the community, and sometimes even for adults within their own families. The hands-on craft part makes it more easygoing and foster communication and conversation. I myself have often found it much easier to talk freely with others, especially new people, when there's a craft keeping my hands busy. While there is lifelong learning involved, our participants said a laid-back class setting and patient instructors with a sense of humor were the main reasons they kept coming back. We created a non-judgmental space where the patrons felt comfortable making mistakes. They liked the chance to learn and create alongside kindred spirits and having fun with supportive and encouraging group of students and teachers. It's worth pointing out that we offer programs like hands-on and local history lunch because our patrons have different interests. They gravitate towards different program content, but in the end, they're all seeking connection and spending time with like-minded people. The content is the means, how they feel from being part of the program is the goal.
No, screen only, screen only. Sorry, a little interruption here. Oh, yeah, my turn, sorry. So here at Red Hook, we do a lot of programs that fall under an umbrella we call All Abilities. If you don't know, that means that these programs center the needs and interests of individuals with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. All Abilities Adults is a group that meets weekly and from the very beginning was essentially an experience-based program. The entire goal was to have a weekly hour that was all about connecting socially and feeling welcome in the library. It did not matter what activity or theme we had or have, people come to be with other people where they're going to feel accepted. The All Abilities Teens group, which is what the pictures are from here and what I'm going to talk about in a little bit more depth, have a lot of the same needs. Teens and their families are seeking social connection and mutual support, but they're also seeking relationships with the community. And that's what makes this experience slightly different. They want, the teens want themselves and their families want for them to gain confidence, to feel capable of making meaningful contributions to the community. And so we plan various types of service projects or field trips that are going out into the community. So for example, Abigail is working on a mural that we are almost finished with. We have to take a little break for the winter in Wilcox Park, which is a county park in Pine Plains. They asked us if we would do it. We as a team joined the annual Town Earth Day cleanup and the light show that the county did a couple winter before last. I look for these sorts of opportunities and then sign us up. And it's a library program that we all do together. So the teens get a lot out of that in many ways, but it's also important for the community. Community members and organizations need the, we'll just call it, opportunity to appreciate that these individuals can make and do make contributions to the community. It's also important for the community to learn how to be comfortable with people who act, speak, or communicate differently. And that maybe sounds a little condescending, but basically what we do is make it easier for folks in the community to not focus on the differences, but to realize that they have a lot in common. So that the All Abilities Teens program are really about making the teens feel welcome, valued, and confident. And then there are ancillary benefits to the whole community.
So the last adult program that I would like to highlight today is a new program for us. The Fisher Center at Bard College is a very well-known performance center in the area. Bard College is an important part of Red Hook. However, as it is with many colleges and academic institutions set in rural communities, there's definitely town-gown tension. So one day, when I was allowing myself to think like a patron, I blurted out my crazy idea that we should offer free tickets for the performances to our patrons through the library. I always liked the thought of the building, which is designed by the famous architect Frank Gehry, which looked intriguing, but somewhat imposing, let's be honest here. And while the performances sounded great, the cost of 2 tickets plus babysitting cost made me think twice. So we realized not only will our patrons have free access to the great concerts and performances almost at their doorstep, it would be a win for us and for BARD. So Amy and I worked on this as part of a grant, and now we're able to offer these tickets free of cost to our patrons. They can register through us and receive tickets for performances, music, dance, opera, and theater. Although we started this new offering only a few months ago, many tickets were already given out and we received positive feedback. Many of these patrons are able to experience something totally new because we made it feel easy and safe to try. So next time you find yourself thinking, I wish my library offered that, talk with your colleagues and brainstorm. It's possible for a great experience-based program to benefit all the parties involved.
So our last experience-based program that indeed benefits all the parties that I'm going to talk about is Teen Takeover. Teen programs that teens will actually attend are essentially often the holy grail for youth services, librarians and programmers like me. So if there are any of you out there, I feel it, your pain, mine too. So what makes the difference is learning what the teens want, and that's fundamental to making something successful. But the other important aspect is to make sure that you are learning from the teens what success would be on their terms, because they don't always measure things the way we might. So how do you do this? You listen without judgment. You make and reserve spaces for them, filled with the things that they want in them. How do you know what to put in there? Ask them. Many years now ago, we turned our tiny DVD room into the teen room. It is small. The whole building is small. What's in that room are gaming things, books, public computers, things that the kids told us they wanted because we asked. The reason they're willing to tell us what they want is because they trust that we're listening without judgment. So essentially, we had a series pre-COVID of conversations with youth. It's called Youth Speaks. And because I had prior relationships with a bunch of the kids who hung out here, I convinced them that the county really cared about their opinions. And we had county representatives here who were asking the kids about their lives in order to learn how better to spend the money that they have for youth programs and services. It's part of their Path to Promise system or series. But I sort of expanded that. I spent the time learning what the kids were interested in and asking them what they want. When I say listen without judgment, I mean, for example, listening at length to how great it would be to have an area in the library devoted to the veneration of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I don't know about your libraries, but we don't really have the space for that. But rather than cutting them off, we talked about it. What would that look like? Where would it go? Making them feel comfortable that I'm going to take their idea seriously and being clear with them the whole time. We can't make all of these things happen. But if you shut them down about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, then you might not get to where we got with Teen Takeover. So what do these kids want? Well, what they told me was they want independence, they want employment, they want opportunities to make decisions for themselves and other teens, they want free food and a lot of it, they want safe, indoor spaces to hang out in that are not commercial. These are not a group of kids with a lot of money. They don't have the money to spend the afternoon in a cafe, for example. And they don't have transportation options either. So they need a central location that they can get to or from back to home via the loop bus. And finally, they want to be left alone to do their own thing without judgment, which I think if we're all honest, we all kind of want that. So I took all of these wants and needs and we turned them into teen takeover. And I did that with the kids themselves. So now teen takeover, Sunday afternoons, there are only teens allowed in the library. They cook, they eat and eat and eat. They play video games, they hang out, they talk and talk and talk. They do crafts sometimes, but only crafts that they want. So they know what's available and how to access it, but I'm not putting out projects for them. And they watch movies a lot. This really works, I think, in part because we have a teen steering council. This is not a teen advisory board. I don't ask them what books to buy, etc. I have had those and they're great, different topic. This is a group of, the program employs 4 teens, 2 alternating Sundays. And then, so there are 4 of them and then several other of their friends and kids who come to the program. They make the decisions on the spending for equipment and supplies. This is a New York State Department of Children and Family Services grant funded program. So when I get the contract, I present to them the full budget for equipment and supplies. And I tell them they have to decide how to spend it. They don't make the purchases, right? Just in case anyone's like, you can't let, I make the purchases. The key thing here is that they feel trusted because they are. They're trusted to work through ideas and determine what makes sense. I'm going to give you 2 examples of them and spending. And believe me, the first time I presented this to them, they said they didn't believe me. So the first example is about deli meat, specifically roast beef. So they give me a grocery list because they menu plan for what is going to be cooked on Sunday. And for the first 3 weeks, roast beef, deli meat, roast beef, roast beef. So before week 4, we looked in the refrigerator and they learned how to tell whether or not deli meat was still safe to eat, life skill. And I said to them, look at all the roast beef that's not getting finished. What do you want to do about it? And so they looked at that, they looked at the price of it and they said, oh, we shouldn't be buying roast beef unless it's on sale, because there was on sale. So I was like, okay, so you don't want me to buy roast beef unless it's on sale. Then they said, how do we know if it's on sale? And I introduced them to this thing called the circular from Hannaford. So they are getting life skills, but it's also, it's not like I'm sitting down saying, here's the circular, what are you going to buy? It's all within, and it's giving them the experience that they want, which is to feel this sense of independence and responsibility in a structured environment where it's safe. We don't buy roast beef now unless it's on sale, and they know how to find out. The other example is the first budget that they had. They could afford a PS5, brand new, very fancy, very expensive. And so I said to them, well, is that what you want to spend it on? It would have decimated the budget. There would have been basically no food. I could have said to them, no, you can't have that. But instead, I sat there with them while they worked through what they would have to give up if they made that choice. And they decided that being assured that they could get meals on weekends and leftovers they eat after school was more important to them and to the other kids who used the library and the program than having a PS5. And so essentially, adults are present as part of this program as guides, essentially me, and on the weekends, but the kids are the ones who are steering the ship. These kids made up the ground rules, they made up the consequences for breaking them. And then, you know, if they ever needed to be enforced, we've talked about this, they would call me for backup, basically. They're kind of shy, but the point is it's on their terms. So ultimately, Teen Takeover is giving the teens who attend and the teens who make the decisions the experience of feeling trusted, welcome, capable, and relaxed. So we hope that this was a relaxing interlude for you. And if you have any questions, we welcome them. And also, if you want to contact us, this is how.
Hello, everybody. Are you able to hear me? I think my mic is on.
Yep, we can
Are
hear
you
you.
able to see me? Good. I am Mary McTamaney, and I am the. Whoop.
Wait, hold on. We gotta turn off the volume on your. It's not you, it's the laptop.
Oh, it's the laptop, right. Off. We found the off. Thank you. No. Perhaps.
Oh, it might have been
Yes.
me.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, the role I play here this afternoon is to show you that even outliers who don't belong to libraries and archives make use of cooperating in an institution and a valley that's served by somewhere like Southeastern. And so I'm Mary McTamaney. I'm the city historian in Newburgh. And I graduated from library school in 1969. And yes, I am well aware that most of you were not alive then. And this is the world I came from. It's the world of catalog cards and drawers and paper material. And my youth was running from those wooden drawers around and around the stacks of material, guiding people, I hope, more than helping and more than pointing, guiding them to the resources that they need through the old cataloging and indexing systems that you may or may not have seen and remember. And so on a catalog card, there were things called tracings down at the bottom. Ooh, librarians left us clues of where else to look. That is the world I came from. I retired 20 years ago after a long career in academic libraries, public libraries, even overseas libraries, some archives work, and discovered as I left the building after that farewell Mary luncheon, that within a couple of days, you know, uh-oh, nobody's going to return this phone call for me. Uh-oh, nobody's going to lay out this information for me in the next step that I want to take. So when you are alone, after a long career of being a colleague, you start looking for new colleagues. And that's what public historians need. And I am here both as a kind of sales pitch to find your neighborhood library and archive collectives and use them, ask, get help. That's what I've been doing. The role of someone like me is to be that guide who's beyond an institution. Uh-oh, seem to have lost our feed. Yes, there, okay. Back to the first slide and the presentation. I don't know how that happened. Honest, I didn't lean on it. There we go. So my role is to be the person that people say, well, I know who might know. It's the old timer in town that they called the historian. So things come my way that may not cross the doorway of the local library or the college. People just bring me not only questions, but information they think other people might want to share. Often they bring me things that just come out of the attic. So this past season during COVID, a man walked in with a bag under his arm, a raggedy looking bag, but in it was 3 years of local Newburgh newspapers, The Rights of Man, published in 1803 to 5. Nobody else had them. The issues didn't exist in New York Historical Society, State Library, Library of Congress. And so I am the one who was that gatekeeper, and that often happens with a public librarian. So where do you find your support partners? What do you do with cool stuff, as some of you have called it, that comes your way? Well, you know where I came from. You know that I came through the era of paper and then online resources where you tell, just as many of you today did, that you drag yourself down through the selection boxes, you open the databases, you pull down the menus and you explore. But the story of local place and local people is not in these sources.
The story of local place has almost in every community in the valley been drastically changed. We're the old industrial Northeast. And so for me, being able to not only describe, but visually show what was is essential. And this is why visual matters. I'm from Newburgh. I grew up there. And this is Newburgh on the top in my childhood, and on the bottom is Newburgh now. And so in my office, I have a couple of big easel enlargements of old Newburgh. And if you just have somebody stand and stare into an image, they learn far more than you can just rattle off to them in words. And so people approach my community as they would Poughkeepsie, Kingston, Peekskill, any of the valley communities, and they say, whoa, what happened here? What's different? What, can you tell me what was? And they don't just mean tell me the name, they mean show me the picture. And pictures are not that common to come up with unless the old man walks through your door with the old bag and says, look what was in the attic. And so I turned to HRVH. I came to Southeastern first and realized what a growing database they had, and what other municipal were called public historians were usually unpaid volunteers whom the community says, who's the old timer? You, tag, you're it for a few years. I've reached out to some other local historians and realized they were building collection independently in membership with Southeastern through Hudson River Valley Heritage. They put in pictures, they put in documents, they put in lots of story. And so I started to do that too. And many of you have used HRVH, which is now uploaded into New York Heritage. And it is images and stories behind them, documents and stories behind them. And the cataloging looks quite the same as it did when it was a 3x5 card in a drawer. You have information, but today we try to do a lot more description. We try to add captioning so that things that are keyword searchable, that would not normally be an official subject heading, are still found. And you read into an old picture, this one of a store on a street corner, no longer standing in Newburgh, shows the butcher boy's cart out in front. You can tell a child that once upon a time you could have had an after-school job taking groceries around the neighborhood in a cart. They don't know what that means till they see it. You look into an image like this one, and this whole neighborhood is gone. It's part of that green grassy slope that I showed you earlier, the downtown Newburgh that was removed in the 1960s. But you stare into this and it tells a story all by itself, even without my captions. But then when I post it on New York Heritage and tell its story, you realize there's 5 different businesses going on this narrow little street corner, that there's a railroad trestle that runs through the buildings, that transportation and interaction was so different. And so in New York Heritage, as city historian, I have begun to gather the things that are hiding inside my municipality. So in the city of Newburgh, there are old file drawers and boxes in the backs of different employees' offices, in attics and cellars. It's time to pull them out before they're spoiled, before they're forgotten. And so I have photographs like the 2 I showed you from 1916 when the city did a big assessment. I have organizational records, which are fascinating. They go back to the 18th century. There's nothing that teaches you better, and teachers have used these resources, than showing a class the handwriting of the firemen who walked around town and delivered the leather buckets to the first settlers who were going to have to put out their fires from their wells. War sketches. We happen to have the big format kind of diary of our Civil War veterans group, and that's a treasure. You can see what a soldier from Newburgh said was his scariest moment in battle. Who were his best friends? How did he make it through and come home? Municipal records. The city clerk has a lot of stuff that hadn't been mined otherwise, and there's years of work to do that. But in there are Alms Commission minutes, Park Commission minutes. You begin to see how a community dealt with its leisure, how it dealt with its poor. And now the one I'm going to highlight today is the last one, the Newburgh Removed, urban renewal in Newburgh, because that mid-20th century, that period of loss and destruction, is the time that is the most asked about from somebody like me who lived through it by somebody newer who can't imagine it when they stand downtown. And so I have been working to share what I find about those mid-century years. I've been lucky to have a couple of student interns, one from SUNY New Paltz a year ago, did enormous work scanning and digitizing and then putting into a database format all the urban renewal pictures that we found. They're up now on New York Heritage. They're indexed there by street. So if you have members of a community who sit around the Thanksgiving table and say, Grandma says she used to shop at a little market on 5th Street. Is there a 5th Street? No, what did it look like? Here, we can lead you easily to what it looked like. We can describe it in this metadata, that's the word that we now use for cataloging, and we can have it found by a number of entry points, a number of keywords. In the basement of one of the city buildings, I found many boxes. The originals are now all up at the State Library because I felt as historian they were that important. They are over 1,000 inventory sheets like this with pictures of each building that was targeted, was planned perhaps to be taken in urban renewal, and almost everyone was. We took down 1,300 plus buildings. We cleared 50 acres in Newburgh. And so the story of a community that did that much change that quickly is exhaustive. But with a student, we copied every one of these. They're actually 5 pages long. This is the first page. She then intensely high-res scanned just the picture of the building, and it tells you who lived there, how many rooms were in there, you know, how much was it worth in 1958. Then we went, and she also helped me kind of outline in a map form where these places were. And when you go to the old city directories called crisscross directories, if you've been on reference desks, they will tell you who lived where, like a phone directory, and go street by street, number by number. It's how I was able to figure out 1,320 buildings fell in Newburgh, because officially the government never really counted. But I could go along the streets of Newburgh and say, well, if High Street is underground now, look, there were 48 addresses and it involved this many people. And then look at those people. Who were they? These are great lessons with students of all ages, really. If somebody's talking about their ancestral street that's gone, like 5th Street, well, who lived there? And what did they do for a living? These directories are better than the US Census for really peeling back the story of a community. You get the name, the spouse name, if there is one, the occupation, the place of occupation. So you can begin to see a street. You see those pictures that we had, but now you can imagine Mr. Lewis coming out in the morning to work at the foundry and his wife coming out to work at the laundry. Now I want to physically map this information for people. And I said, oh, that's not going to be easy. I can take a big map of Newburgh and start to draw on it. Indeed, Jessica, my intern, and I actually drew with yellow marker all over city maps until we had sort of mapped lost Newburgh. But it needs to be more than that. So we looked for models and came upon this one. I encourage you all to visit it. This is Tompkins County, New York, which includes Ithaca. This is called History Forge. History Forge, just put that in and off you go. You can see that it has this map with dots. Oh, cool. It is layer upon layer of engineering maps, et cetera, from the county. and then layer upon layer of census data from the US Census Department. And so in History Forge, you can take your mouse and click a dot and it will open a block, and then you point and it will tell you who was inside those brick walls. And so for genealogists, it's magnificent. And for some kinds of history, it's great, but it's still not visual enough, not for the people who asked me the questions. So I looked for, oh, not again. Here we go. Okay, moving right along. After History Forge, I said they use these kinds of maps, really detailed engineering maps, and some of the best maps in America are called Sanborn maps, and some of you may have found them. They're online at the Library of Congress, nice layout, you can search. You have the ability to zoom, you have a clip feature where you can capture the part of the map that you want. So imagine going to Easter dinner soon and taking along a map of where your family lived. That's this kind of detail. Now I'm getting closer to what I wanted. So now you've got a couple of square blocks of that grassy, empty slope in downtown Newburgh, but you could see exactly the layout of the buildings now. And they're even color coded, you know, red or brick and yellow or frame and blue or stone. And you can see what was adjacent. You can see if you look in the backyards, this is probably not so easy on your screen, but you see a lot of little yellow things, almost a border fence between blocks. Those are sheds. Those are often barns. So when you're teaching kids from a story that might be a local story or just a story from another era, this will tell you where the horse went at night when the sun went down. He went down these little alleys in communities and he went into these little stalls that people privately owned because they walked otherwise. So a Sanborn map collection is perfect for my use, but I don't have the resources that Tompkins County did, where they got a massive grant and partnered with Cornell Engineering to map their community. That's a goal. So I'm talking to all of you today because part of the reason that I came to SENYCon was to reach out, was to market our ideas and to look for partners. And one partner that we found was downriver in New York City, the source of a lot of information, the source of a lot of cutting edge resource. And a development team who call themselves Urban Archive created a phone app first, and now it has moved to be a web app too. But when it started, it was just history in your hand is the way they marketed it. You could take your cell phone and you could open up a map from Google. That's the source of the maps, not Sanborn. That's my goal. You could open up a map and you could begin to see points in your community that are illustrated with the old photo, which, by the way, in the corners of every photo on Urban Archive, it gives you the date of the photo and a little logo for the source of the original. And you can begin to explore your community with your finger on your phone. And so Newburgh, we did the same. So with a colleague at the Newburgh Free Library and another one at the Historical Society, Jim and Heather and I began to scan photos. Unlike New York City, we didn't already have a big cache of digitized images. Began to scan photos and describe them. So if you open Newburgh's Urban Archive on your phone or your computer, you can touch these purple dots and up will come the descriptions of places like this. So this dot opens and there's a church built in the 1820s, and here's the story of it. This is how we did the work, and that's important for you to know too, that to cooperatively scan and share, we also knew that we wanted to lean on each other because we're all just little independent contractors. We're not part of big institutions. And so you can use, Google Sheets, you can use Microsoft Excel. We used Airtable, which is cloud-based, and it allowed us to start to catalog and let each other see our work as we went along. So if you look on the left upper side of the screen, you see there's a blue stripe, a check mark. needs review, reviewed copy. We can drop in when we talk to each other and just look at what the other guy has compiled and say, wait a minute, you're wrong about that. That wasn't called the Brokaw building. Oh, okay, let me fix that before we upload it. The difference in a table like this from the cataloging tables and the data, the metadata that we do for New York Heritage is that it has that one extra column. It has latitude and longitude. These places are all geolocated, which is why they hop up on the map when you open the map. And so one step beyond what a historian would know in their head is now to get somebody who's good with GIS or to just go to Google and drop in the coordinates. So you see a cataloging back page here for the Imperial Theater, the place where the silver screen was born, by the way, in downtown Newburgh, where it was invented on Colden Street, a no longer street. But one of the things that I've put in there is the cut and pasted latitude and longitude. That is what allows me to drop a building into our map. And here's how it happens. There's lots of utilities. We don't have GIS analysts and specialists yet working with us, but Google, plain old Google Maps tells you the coordinates. You just move your mouse around in that satellite view. And when you click on a spot, up comes this drop down box. It thinks you're about to ask for directions or what's here. It thinks you're going to ask the typical user of Google Map question. But the first thing it feeds you is the geo coordinates. So I just highlight, drag, and drop them into a cataloging record. This is zooming with Google Maps. Google Earth is even better than this, but I had glitches that I could tell you about with Google Earth. This is Google Maps. And when I zoomed around that grassy slope of downtown Newburgh that is missing 1,320 buildings, I realized, whoa, when you get the bird's eye view, what you're looking at in the middle of that grass is the shadows of the basements that are still down there. And so I can see some of my old city through the grass. This is why visual history is so important on top of all of the other things that we share. So what you're seeing there in the middle of that slope is the basements of Colden Street. And you can tell that the facades of those stores are not where the street is today. The Colden Street you see on the left of your screen is New Colden Street. We cut it into the hill in a different place when we buried Newburgh. And so it's very helpful to be able to geolocate, map, as well as describe. And that's the project I've been most enthusiastic about of the many things a historian does lately. Here is some of the features of Urban Archive that you can tell a story. So Heather, my partner at the Newburgh Library, you see the date 1895 and the little logo Newburgh Free Library. She has scanned the pictures that she can find of the buildings built by a particularly notable architect and then put them on the map in sequence, and you can kind of have a tour visually from this urban archive. Jim, my former colleague who sadly passed away recently from the Historical Society, did walking tour mapping. So he numbered things in geographic order. That's another really useful feature for your community. So I'm not trying to be taking everybody's time today. We're on a tight schedule with a lot of presenters that have been fascinating, but Urban Archive Newburgh, a derivative of Urban Archive New York City, run by a development team down in Lower Manhattan, who let us in. So there was no other urban archive except New York City until Newburgh joined. And here we are online with several hundred pictures and growing, but looking for advice on how does it present, looking for partners on who could help us map better. Can we be really cool like Ithaca and Thompson County someday? And here's how to get to that site. It's me, Mary McTamaney, that you're contacting, and there's my email. So I welcome comments, I welcome questions, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with more of you.
So next up is Gina Trask from Mount St. Mary College. And I see you're already sharing. So Gina, I'm going to turn over to you.
Excellent. Can everyone in Zoom land hear me this afternoon? I hope to see some heads or some thumbs up. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jaclyn. Gina Trask from Mount St. Mary College. I am going to work to sift through information with you today. My goal is to introduce you or reintroduce you to something called the SIFT technique so that you can apply it and teach others to apply it to evaluating information for a specific information need. Now, this presentation is part informative, part demo of instructional techniques. We're just going to scratch the surface of a lesson plan that can be delivered with your library patrons. So why should we have this discussion today? Breckstone and colleagues have solidified what many of us already know about our interactions with students and adult learners. People struggle to identify good quality information sources. So in the first national representative study of its kind, Breckstone and colleagues sampled high school students across the USA. And they gave them 6 different information evaluation tasks. And 58% of the students were at the beginner level on all tasks. 90% were at the beginner level on 4 of the 6 tasks. And that's not necessarily a problem, but it's important to know where our high school students stand right now with the way that we're teaching information evaluation. So my question from this study is, how do we move people from beginner to emerging to mastery level, so that from high school to either college or post-high school, and then as adults, how do we get adults to be critical thinkers of information? Now, the typical techniques that librarians and educators use historically involve a checklist approach to evaluating online information sources. And unfortunately, those checklist styles don't comprehensively address the changing nature or landscape of information. And there's a sense that those checklist styles can produce false positives. So imagine, or let me know if you've heard anything like this before from a student or a library patron. It was at the library, therefore it must be credible. The site was published recently and it had a lot of links. My friend shared it on social media and I trust her opinion. It was featured in Good Housekeeping, so it must be a good product. The site is a .org, so I know it might not be the most reputable, but the image covers all the points in my paper. That last bullet point is an example from a student I worked with 2 weeks ago who was working on a nursing paper. And she had grabbed an image from a site that she thought could have been questionable, but the image addressed the claim she was making in her paper and she wanted to use it. So sometimes students and frankly, all of us as human beings, we're overloaded with information and we need to come up with strategies for quickly determining if the information that we're looking at is relevant and credible. In 2018, McGough and Ruddick wrote a paper called "It was published at the library, therefore it must be credible." And these researchers highlight the heuristics that students make when they're trying to decide if they're going to use an information source. And the authors highlight how some of those heuristics are imperfect and lead to false positives. So the question is, what could we do differently? Before we get to what can we do differently, I want to start with what do we all do right now before we came into this Zoom room to evaluate a website. So take a look at your chat. Jen is going to post a link to a website. I invite you to click that link and open it into a browser. I'm going to give you 1 minute to look over this website and look at, do you think this is credible? Would you recommend it to a colleague to read? After you've taken a minute to look at it, use the chat to share your tips with everyone about how you evaluate websites. I'm going to start a clock now and let you know when a minute has passed. So as you're navigating to the website linked in the chat, start to think about your process. What does the process involve? What markers, what techniques, what strategies are you using right now to evaluate the website? And when you think of them, please list your responses in the judgment-free chat box. Kelsey's noticing that there are a lot of ads, and that's a flag. Thanks for sharing, Kelsey. Anyone else? Yep, Rodney picked up on the about section and looking at the staff to make a quick evaluation. Who are the people behind this? Yep, Ginny's recognizing that some domain names like .gov speak to us or give us a certain sense of information. Nancy went outside the website to Google it to find out who owned it, and it's an LLC. And Jaclyn is making a lovely segue into what we will eventually be talking about, which is lateral reading. But before we get there, we're going to think about this website in context. So I just threw up a website for you to look at and gave you no context for it. But in reality, most of us at some point are looking at information because we have a need. We want to learn more about something. And the way we evaluate a website needs to be thought about in terms of the information need, because that can determine how relevant the information is for us. So I'm going to give you a case scenario that you're going to consider. Let's say your boss asks you to research solutions for how to reduce employee stress, and you come across this website about the cushion that you can hold that can reduce your stress. After your initial evaluation that you just conducted, would you include this source from Science Daily in your presentation to your boss? Jen's going to put a link in the chat right now to a quick poll. I invite you to participate in the poll and let us all know if you would use this source or not. So if you haven't already, please click the link in the chat, and we're going to take a look at the poll together and see what you're all thinking. Okay, so we're actually evenly distributed. So yes, say I would definitely use this article, my work is done. Oop, that just lowered a little bit. More of you said, no, I would look for a different source about the same solution. Results are still coming in. Let's see. So no one so far has said, no, I would just totally look for a different solution. A lot of you are saying, no, I would look for a different source about this solution. Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that feedback. Now let's take a moment to learn about a technique that Jaclyn mentioned in the chat called lateral reading. This is an alternative approach to evaluating information, and the good folks at the University of Louisville Library have compiled a number of lesson plan materials on their website all about critical inquiry, and a portion of that lesson plan has to do with lateral reading. So I'm going to let those folks explain this technique to you if you're not familiar with it.
How are you taught to evaluate the credibility of online sources? Everyone knows that information on the web may be shallow, incomplete, inaccurate, or heavily biased, and many of us have been taught to explore the features of a website to assess its credibility. You may have learned to ask, is this site a .com or a .org? Does the site incorporate advertisements? Was it written by someone who appears to have appropriate expertise? Are there citations to supporting evidence or research? Is the information current? While sometimes useful, these questions can also misdirect you because they rely on superficial markers of credibility and authority. For example, some .org websites may be reliable and nonpartisan, while others may be partisan political action groups or even promoters of widely debunked conspiracy theories. On the other hand, some of the most authoritative news websites are .coms with advertisements, such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. Relying on superficial markers to evaluate credibility can be problematic because most websites won't say, "I was designed by a biased political organization with an intent to manipulate you," or "I'm leaving out important information that might give you a more objective perspective on this issue," or "I was written by an uninformed person with no relevant expertise." So how do we improve our ability to evaluate websites when we know that some individuals and organizations may be working hard to misrepresent themselves and misinform us? By using a skill called lateral reading. Lateral reading is a simple concept used by professional fact checkers and other savvy thinkers to judge the credibility of unfamiliar sources. While many of us judge a website by reading vertically, scrolling up and down to look for markers of credibility, or perhaps clicking on links within the site, fact checkers jump outside the site, using new browser tabs to seek additional information about the site's credibility, reputation, funding sources, and potential biases. In other words, fact checkers read laterally or horizontally across multiple web pages to get a big picture view of the site they're evaluating. They use Wikipedia, credible news sources, and other references on the web to understand what a source is and how credible it might be. Don't just take the source's word for it. For example, this news story on heavy metal music fan culture is on fizz.org, a website that may be unfamiliar to us. But if I open up a new tab, I can search for information about fizz.org and find out that it's a news aggregator that often republishes science news from across the web. I can also verify that the research discussed in the news story originated from University College London and PhD anthropology student Lindsay Bishop. By doing some homework on the source through lateral reading, we get a much better sense of what this source is and its level of credibility. We can also begin to think about its strengths and limitations from a more informed point of view. In this case, we might decide the information is reliable and a good starting point. But we might also want to look beyond this brief news story and find the original research or other more in-depth scholarly information. With lateral reading, you can move beyond the superficial aspects of website evaluation and develop a more nuanced and more complete perspective on the credibility of your sources.
So as was presented in this video, many of us and our library users process information vertically. We skim up and down a page, we go within the page through the links to determine if the information is relevant to our need, if it's credible. But lateral readers don't spend time on the page or site until they've first gotten their bearings by looking at what other sites and resources say about the source at which they are looking. This is a quote by Mike Caulfield. And the video demonstrated a few examples of how to open up tabs to learn about the source first. So Mike Caulfield took the concept of lateral reading and other critical thinking skills to develop a new heuristic, another way of thinking through information evaluation. And that is the SIFT technique. S stands for stop. So before you engage too deeply with an online source, take a moment to investigate the source to determine if the source itself is meeting your need. And if it is, then moving on to F and T, you can learn more about the content or the claims that are being made within the source. So F, find better coverage. Is there similar information published in other reputable places, or is there information in reputable places that refutes the claims that are made in the source you're looking at? And T is to trace claims, quotes, and media to the original context. Try to find where the information was published the first time, because as information is disseminated, just like the game of telephone, sometimes information morphs and changes to a point where the original context or meaning is lost. So we're going to do some of the SIFT technique together using that Science Daily source that Jen had linked to before. So Jen, if you wouldn't mind, thank you for putting the link back in the chat. We're going to start by investigating the source. However, this technique is already tricky from the get-go with this source. So as I am scrolling vertically through this page, I've highlighted in green what might be the source. It might be Science Daily. It might be PLOS, P-L-O-S. It might be this journal reference that is listed at the end of the page. So you could choose to look at any or all of these pieces, but for the sake of today, we are going to say, what is the source? And we're just going to investigate Science Daily. So we're going to do a real quick activity where I'm going to split you up into two groups to investigate what Science Daily is, to better understand its credibility, its purpose in terms of our information need. So if your last name ends in A through M, you're going to open up a new tab, go to Wikipedia and do a search for Science Daily. Those directions have been posted into chat, so feel free to click the link that'll take you right to the English Wikipedia, do a search for Science Daily. If your last name ends in N through Z, you're going to do a Google search for Science Daily in quotes, and then you're going to remove sciencedaily.com from your search results. That way you don't get the Science Daily website in your search results, you just learn about Science Daily. So for those of you with the last name N through Z, feel free to just copy and paste the text that is in the chat. So I'll give you a minute or two to investigate what Science Daily is. And as you learn about it, please enter your findings in the chat. Some results are coming in already. We've got Liz, who has noticed that, has learned that this is an American website, publishes lightly edited press releases. Rodney has learned that there are no reporters and they make money off of selling ads. If you're finding anything else, please feel free to add it to the chat. Ooh, Carolyn noticed that the Wikipedia page was last updated in November of 2021. So not that long ago, it's still active. Amy Smith found something from, I'm assuming, a website called Education World Review. Quote, for educators seeking breaking science news and a solid research tool, Science Daily is the place to go. So just by opening up a new tab and learning more about Science Daily, we find out that this is a website that takes lightly edited press releases and republishes them, likely to make money. It's a news aggregator. So they're not writing anything new. They're taking science news that they're already finding. Some websites, like Sarah noticed, say, beware, they're masquerading as a news website. So as long as we know their motivation, what they're attempting to do, we are better informed about how to use this information. We know that it's coming, this is scientific news that's coming from elsewhere and it's been slightly edited. So I'm not going to immediately dismiss this website. I'm going to move on to the next technique in the SIFT technique. I want to try to find better coverage. I'm reading through the text of this article and I see some claims. And I've highlighted some of the claims here. That there is research that highlights that anxiety reducing potential of touch-based devices. Two are mentioned specifically, Touch Points wearables and Pero the Seal. I want to know, is this information real? Is it credible? Did it come from an evidence-based journal, for example. So as a user, I'll go to Google Scholar or access to a library database, and I will search for touch points, wearables, and pair the seal myself to see, is there evidence from reputable sources that refute or support these claims? The next thing I might do is to trace specific claims about this huggable cushion. And luckily, Science Daily has done some of the work for me already. I want to know, where was this information originally published? And at the very bottom of this news article is a story source and a journal reference. And in the journal reference, there's a DOI that's linked. I can click on that. It'll navigate me to the original published research paper. If I didn't have access to that, I could do a Google search for the title of the article. Now, if Science Daily didn't do half of this work for me, other options is to do a Google search for some of these claims, either take entire sentences or phrases, look for researchers' names or institutions, and do Google searches to try to find the original published information. And then I've walked through the SIFT technique. Initially, the technique takes time, but as you get used to doing it, you can kind of quickly go through the steps to get a better sense if the source of the information fits your need, if it's credible, and if you want to continue to use it. Now, we just scratched the surface of doing this together, but in that short time, I want to find out what your perspective is now that you know more about Science Daily. So back to our scenario, if you were presenting the solution to your boss to reduce employee stress, would you include this source from Science Daily? I'm going to ask Jen to throw another link to a different poll so I can find out from all of you what your take is now that you know a little bit more about this source. So click the link in the chat and give your honest feedback. So some of the results are coming in. Okay, I see. So this time around, after the SIFT technique was completed, we have one vote by someone who would definitely use this source, where before, let's see. Oh, we did have someone. Yes, yes, yes. I'm comparing the before and after. Where are we landing now? So now hopefully most votes are in. The highest number of votes say, yes, I would use this source, but I would also look for additional sources about the same solution, where before the highest number of votes was no, I would look for a different source about the solution. Now, this is not an exact survey. We don't have the same number of people participating. But Science Daily, I believe, presents itself in a way that potentially looks questionable because of all the ads. But once you know a little bit more about where the information is coming from, then you might be more likely to at least engage with it a little bit more deeply. So let me wrap up with my last couple of slides. Give me one more moment, please. So what I did today was highlight a few instructional techniques that I've been using with students here at the Mount to teach them about information evaluation. And I've created lesson plan materials, including an activity that can be done with groups or individuals. It can be done in person, virtually, asynchronously, in whatever form. And I've also provided some example scenarios that can be used with high school students, college students, and adult learners. And all those materials are posted on Quora, which is the community of online research assignments. These slides will be made available on the SENYCon website, so you can access these materials after today. And I also want to point out that at the end of my slides, I have some further reading if you want to see the literature behind the importance of teaching lateral reading. And then I link out to several curricula and lesson plans that focus on teaching lateral reading to different audiences, including K through 12, college students, and adult learners. So I don't know, Carolyn, if we have time for questions. If not, my email address is here, and I welcome you to contact me and have more conversation.
Awesome. Thanks, Gina. Giving you applause over here in the conference room. And I'm just seeing a chat from Cliff saying an aggregator such as sciencedaily.com is not in itself a source, but a lead to sources.
Yes,
So-
yes, I agree, Clifton. I think this is a great place to start. And once you realize that it is an aggregator, the better choice is to find the original source and read that and use that in your research.
Great.
And then I was going to jump in and answer your question from my presentation.
Yes.
Who is would be a great tool for evaluating websites, because you'll find out who owned the domain. You can also do who is on IP addresses, so you can find out what country the server is in.
Okay, is it who.is? Who is?
If you usually in Google type in who is, you'll find a whole bunch of who is tools. It's a very common.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, is to find that background information about who owns a source or who owns a website.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So next up is Meredith from Kinry Road. And that's you sharing the screen. Oh, there you are. I see you now. All right. Can we hear you?
All right. Is everything working? Hopefully.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So my name is Meredith Inkeles. I'm the librarian at the Kinry Road Elementary School, which is a part of the Wappinger Central School District. And I've been there for 24 years. And I have to admit, I have never been a fan of nonfiction until I learned about some of the books by Melissa Stewart. If anybody knows, she's a prolific nonfiction children's book author. And back in July of 2021, she came up with a classification system and wrote a book with Marlene Correa called The 5 Kinds of Nonfiction, and enriching reading and writing instruction with children's books. So what we're going to talk about now is just learning about the book itself, becoming familiar with this new terminology, and just seeing some exemplar texts. You may, if you're working with your younger patrons, they may at some point start to know this vocabulary. Since the book did just come out, it's not necessarily worldwide that everyone knows what the 5 kinds of nonfiction are. It's really just at the beginning point, but at least with school librarians, it's really starting to take off. And it's kind of like we're trying to get a lot of the ELA programs that are teaching reading and writing come through Teachers College down at Columbia. So if we can get them on board, then it'll be a huge takeoff and everyone will know. But it's just a fascinating concept where we classify and genreify fiction all the time. You know, we know mystery, science fiction, you know, whatever the classification is. This is basically the idea of classifying or genreifying almost the nonfiction section. So we're going to take a look at what the different categories are, talk about how some of the publishing companies are jumping on board, and why it's important that we know this. And I just want to point out this graphic here where it shows you what the names of the 5 kinds are. So active, browsable, traditional, expository literature, and narrative nonfiction. And one of the things that we often teach our students is that there are 2 types of writing styles in nonfiction. There's expository, which is to inform, and then there's narrative, which is basically telling a story. So it's interesting to see that of the 5 kinds, 4 of them are expository writing. So that's just one of those things to keep in mind. And there's a link, the slide deck will be available later, but there's just a link if you want to go look at an article from the School Library Journal blog, where it talks more about this, and Melissa Stewart goes into everything. So Melissa Stewart usually starts a presentation about the 5 kinds of nonfiction by asking people to think about what are their favorite books. And she's usually presenting to adults. And when you ask adults, the majority of them on their list, it's going to be fiction books. But it's interesting because Marlene, who has the education background, she's an assistant professor and has been working in the education field for 30 years. Before they finished writing this book, they were doing studies, questionnaires, they were testing and trying activities with students, and they did a vote. So the adult choice is only 8% want expository writing, which means they want to be informed or they want to learn something. And 56% prefer the narrative type of writing. They want to read a story. But when you ask children what they all want, or at least 42% of them want expository. And only 25% want narrative. And this becomes interesting because think about, your school librarians, your youth services librarians, people working with kids. We're book talking, we're doing reader advisory, we're sharing books, we're the ones choosing the books, and we're choosing the books that we're interested in. We're not necessarily choosing the books that children want. And it's interesting because Marlene states in the book that children of a certain age, we're talking your primary children, so anywhere from, say, pre-K age level to grade 2 or 3, so to about 7 or 8 years old, they want to learn about the world. They haven't been here that long. They're interested, they're like little sponges soaking up all the information they can get. They're not emotionally ready to go ahead and be committed to a character, to a storyline, which is why your younger students will gear themselves towards expository and nonfiction. And then as they get older, from 4th grade up, then they actually start wanting more stories. And I just want to show you here on the bottom, there is a link to Melissa Stewart's website that goes into great depth about her books and any of her professional books that are there. And it's a treasure trove of different activities and videos. And there's also Melissa Stewart's blog, which is fascinating. She publishes on it 3 times a week. And usually on Wednesdays, she'll have a post from someone who's actually working with children. But then on Mondays and Fridays, either she herself writes a post or she has a guest post from another nonfiction children's book author. So it's just fascinating to see either what books are out there or the process that an author went through to create their book. So her blog is great to look at. And then I just posted how you can find Melissa and Marlene on Twitter. So let's dive right into the 5 kinds. So traditional nonfiction, this is what we typically think of when we think of nonfiction. It's also what we think of, I know, when I was growing up, you went into the library, you never went to the nonfiction section because the books were thick, they were text heavy, they had these boring black and white pictures and maybe a little caption. A kid did not want to look at it. And as the years have gone on, they've become more colorful, more interesting, but the format of traditional nonfiction is still the same. It's an all about book. It's an overview of a topic. So if a student or a patron wants to find out the basics of any topic, you would send them to a traditional nonfiction. Your Seymour Simon books, your Gail Gibbons books. You'll notice that a number of them are parts of series. So for example, the Monster Vehicles, the Torque series, or about habitats for rivers and streams. Here's Clouds, which is a part of a Pebble Plus book. So a lot of the traditional nonfiction are parts of series. They're also written at a certain level to accommodate the reading of, a certain grade level or a certain reading level. They tend, in a series, they are carbon copies of each other. They might all have the same type of illustration or graphics. They're going to have a table of contents. So for example, in this one about clouds, you have your table of contents right at the beginning, and you have your other text features like a glossary, where to get more information, internet sites to go to. There's always some kind of picture. And then again, another text feature, you have your headings and your subheadings. So books like this will always have an expository writing style. They're there for children to learn, to get information, to explain things. So these are a lot of our basic nonfiction books that we think of. But then there's more. So there's the browsable, there we go, browsable nonfiction. And these are the types of books that kids always want. Your world records, whether it's the Scholastic World Records, Guinness Book of World Records, any of the National Geographic kids books. What really got this started were the eyewitness books. So back in the late 80s, you had desktop publishing that started, which then in the early 90s got to the publication of the eyewitness books. And it was the first time that there were lots of bright colors. There were tiny little chunks of text. You didn't have to read the book in order. And that was the forefront of developing these browsable nonfiction books. So, for example, here's Ocean Secrets of the Deep. And it's still very similar to an eyewitness book if you have them in your library, where you have a 2-page spread. It's got a basic topic to start with. You have interesting illustrations. And then there are just these tiny little blocks of text. So these are the kinds of books that kids are going to take. They're going to run over and sit at a table with their friend. They're going to look for the grossest thing that they could find or the most interesting thing that they can find. And they're going to go through and read it. And it gives them a little bit of agency in the fact that they decide how they want to read it. They don't have to read it in order. They don't even have to read an entire page. But it gives them that idea of I'm in control of my reading and I can read the way I want to read. So browsable is one of the most popular with students. Now, narrative nonfiction is one of the most popular with adult sharing books with children because it's telling a story. So your typical features of a narrative nonfiction is it is going to have the narrative writing style. So it's set up just like a story. You have where you're starting your information. You have like a rising action, a climax. There's a problem and a solution. Something has to be solved. Everything gets resolved at the end. And it has all of the features that if you were talking about a story, an actual fiction book with a child, this book is going to have the same process, the same format. Introducing, you're going to read it like a story. You're going to have dialogue, anything that makes it feel like you're reading, you're learning. The other thing is, it's not necessarily there just to inform. There's going to be rich language. There are going to be interesting illustrations. You're going to tell a story. This format lends itself perfectly to any of the biographies. There's tons of picture book biographies out now. And you can see a couple on the screen, like The People's Painter, that just won the Cybert Award this year, or Honeybee, which won the Cybert Award last year, Hedy Lamar's Double Life. So again, you have your picture book biographies, but then at the same time, for example, you have Unspeakable. This format also lends itself to events and things that happen. Or if anybody remembers when the Thai soccer team got stuck in the cave and they had to dive in and get them out, all 13, again, it's a story, but it happened, it's real, it's factual. The one thing to remember about the 5 kinds of nonfiction, with narrative nonfiction, even though it might feel like a story, every type of nonfiction has been meticulously researched and is full of facts. And that's one of the things that we always have to keep in mind is even though it may feel like a story, it still is nonfiction because it's factual. Now, expository literature is one of the most popular at this point. So expository, tends to be what Melissa Stewart herself writes, and the book Summertime Sleepers, How Animals That Estivate, is one of the examples. And you may have some of these books in your library, you may have seen them. For example, here's An Egg is Quiet. These books are just so interesting. A lot of time has been taken to decide what the format of the book is going to be. They're creative, they're innovative, there's strong, rich language, sometimes it's lyrical, and more often than not, there's multiple text layers. So for example, An Egg is Quiet, and it's funny, you can usually identify the text layers by the font in your expository literature. So we have An Egg is Quiet, and you can see it's this fancy script font as we go through. I'm just going to get to the page I want to show you. So now we have our fancy lyrical font that's running through the entire book, but then I have a different font at the bottom that is now describing each type of egg. Now we're being given our factual content, which is separate. So you could read these books in multiple ways. You could read just the lyrical content that runs through the book. You could just read the scientific part. You could read it all together. It's up to you, or maybe the child that you're reading with. Now, Summertime Sleepers, that delves into 3 layers of text. You have the lyrical line that's running through the entire book. You have your factual information with a different form of a different font. And then you have a combination of visual and fact showing that it almost looks like a scientific sketch notebook. Yes, I just saw in the chat, it says, as a children's librarian who orders fiction, I often find books that walk the line between fiction and nonfiction. Yes, it gets, yes, where it says a silly talking animal, in the book, in 5 Kinds of Nonfiction, they actually identify that type as informational fiction. So if anybody who orders children's books knows books like Fly Guy Presents, you have your Fly Guy books that are purely fiction, but then you have this sort of nonfiction Fly Guy book where it's talking about, they say it's sharks. So sharks, the Fly Guy Sharks book, it has factual information about sharks, but Fly Guy is your narrator or your guide through the book. And because there's a fictional character guiding you through the book, it's considered informational fiction. Or think about your Magic School Bus books, okay? So it's not the same as historical fiction. With historical fiction, even though there's a lot of facts used to write the book, there's still too much that's coming from the author's imagination. For example, a character's feelings or the dialogue that you wouldn't put it in an actual nonfiction criteria. It would stay with the fiction criteria. It would almost sort of fall under the informational fiction idea as well. Good questions. I know. And I mean, one of the things that we have to think about is when we're working with children, how much of this do they need to know? You know, I personally think it's just important that they know how to identify what suits their learning style or their reading style the best, even if they can't necessarily identify it. But if a patron comes to you and says, you know, I need a book about the Revolutionary War, you know, you're going to look probably for a traditional nonfiction book or some type of history book and not send them to a historical fiction book. So good questions. Thank you. So with the expository literature, people are just getting creative and interesting. Summertime Sleepers has 3 layers of text. Pink is for Blobfish by Just Keating has 4 layers of text. The other thing to remember is as traditional nonfiction covers everything about a topic, expository literature is very specialized and specific. Pink is for Blobfish is only about animals that are pink. Summertime Sleepers is only about animals that estivate, which is the opposite of hibernating. They sleep in the summer. The Beak book is only about bird beaks, not other parts of their body. So there's a lot of expository literature going out there now, and a lot of them are award-winning just because they are so interesting. Now, active nonfiction is, of course, this is like the rival with browsable nonfiction of being the favorite for children because they want to know how to do things. You know, they want to make origami. They want to learn how to cook. They want to learn how to code. They want a video game guide. So, for example, here is I Face the Wind by Vicky Cobb. And originally, it looks like a picture book. You would expect to open it up and start reading a story. But as you go through, it explains the wind, and then it starts telling you, okay, well, go ahead and try this. Try these activities. So these are your, I'm going to do something, I'm going to learn how to do something, or I'm going to somehow be actively engaged with this book. So those are the basic 5 kinds of nonfiction. And when I get to this point, I always want to say, but wait, there's more. Let's see. It is a really good book. Plus, I mean, I'm not even going into it today, but there are like 4 whole chapters that just give teaching ideas and lessons. So definitely for anyone who's teaching children's literacy, the 5 kinds of nonfiction is a great book to refer to, and they have fascinating lessons that you can do, and they're very easy to follow and organize. So this is the part I love. But wait, there's more. There's blended nonfiction. And when Melissa and Marlene were surveying students and they were having them try to categorize books to start with, one of the kids said, I think you should have an oddball category. It's for the books that are a mix of 2 or more categories. And it's true. We know when you're classifying something, it doesn't just stay in one spot. You're going to have books that fall in different areas. And the one that I have here, it's one of the grossest books I have seen, which means the children love it. Zombie Makers, True Stories of Nature's Undead. So what this book does is it starts with a narrative hook. It'll be like, here's a fly. Let's meet the fly. The fly is flying around, you know, looking for garbage to eat and things like that. You know, and then, you know, here's a fungus that embeds itself into its brain. And all of a sudden you're like, what just happened? So it catches the reader with a narrative hook, And then it goes into the actual scientific, factual information about what's going on. So publishers are really looking more for this blended idea. They want to see books that are both expository and narrative. They want to see a book that's autobiographical, but it's not a narrative nonfiction story, because Susan L. Roth in Birds of a Feather, Bowerbirds and Me, is comparing what's going on in her life with the activities of the bowerbirds. So it's completely different. And this is kind of the way of the future. There aren't as many blended nonfiction yet, but this is the way that it's going. And publishing companies are starting to hop on board with this idea. For example, if you're purchasing books from Capstone, there's an article under the librarian section, and all of these are linked. So when you get the slide deck, you can go and look at the section where it specifically talks about the 5 kinds of nonfiction, and you can link to books that you can purchase from them that fit that category. With Heinemann, there's a blog article. With Learner Books, you can start searching by the 5 kinds of nonfiction. And the Mackin Community, which is a blog for the Mackin Company, they actually have an article that was written by Melissa Stewart herself about the different categories. So it's at the point where, you know, some of the publishers are starting to get wind of this. They're jumping on board. You know, it's not widely known yet, but hopefully it'll get there, because when you look at your nonfiction section, it's such a hodgepodge of things. It's kind of nice to know, you know, oh, well, I like this kind of nonfiction because that suits the way I like to read or how I can process information. And that's very helpful to students and children. So you may be thinking, why is this important? So just 4 thoughts. So the thing I like is that having these categories creates a common vocabulary between everyone involved with children and reading. Authors, educators, librarians, patrons, publishers, students, you name it. If we can communicate with each other, then the work that we do is going to be more helpful for the children. And young patrons can be successful. They can successfully interact with a broad range of nonfiction by understanding these categories. Again, it goes back to the idea of if they know what they like, if they know how well they learn, if they know what they enjoy and read that way, again, we're planting that seed to have future library users down the road. And so this ties into knowing what the students like. It gives them that agency, that control. As it was mentioned before with the teen programs, you know, they want their independence. Well, if they know what they like, and they're not relying on adults constantly saying, here, read this book, you read this book, it gives them that independence. And just all in all, children want nonfiction books. As we saw, our younger children, 42%, they want to read that type of literature. So if we have good quality literature out there for them, let's get it in their hands and give them what they want. So when you get this, if you have any questions about this, you can always email me and you'll have access to the slide deck, and you can look at all the different links that are in here, and just let me know if you have any questions.
Pausing here. Just checking the chat to see if there's anything new that comes through question wise. Just giving a minute there before going on to the next presentation. Thanks so much for sharing that with us. It's really cool. Okay, so we are amazingly at the last presentation of the day, which is Rosemary from Nyack Library. There, I see you just popped in here. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, and also everybody just grab that link to the evaluations. Thank you to everyone who's filled them out, and you know, keep on filling those out. And all right, looks like I'm seeing what you've got, and you're good to go.
Thank you. Sounds good? Okay. So hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm going to talk about the now annual Nyack Poetry Walk, which we started in April of 2021. My name is Rosemary Farrell. I'm the Senior Librarian for Programs and Community Engagement at the Nyack Library. And I've worked here for nearly 12 years, and I've been in charge of adult programming since January 2020. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Nyacks. It's a collection of, there's Central Nyack, Nyack, Upper Nyack, South Nyack, and then we also, part of our service area is also Upper Grandview. But the Nyacks are walkable river villages. There's a vibrant downtown, lots of storefronts, and the library is right in the middle of everything, right across the street from the post office. So for my purposes with the poetry walk, and I'm sure there's other ways to do it if you have any sort of space, but because we have a lot of storefronts, two main drags basically in the middle of town, I decided to collaborate with the business community on my poetry walk. So inspiration was, well, April is National Poetry Month, of course. Obviously in 2020 and early 2021, the downtown businesses have been suffering because of COVID and lockdowns. So that was part of the reason also for working with the local businesses and organizations for the walk. Spring is coming, and also if you recall, back in early 2020, the vaccines were becoming available. So I knew that there would be lots of people out and about, desperate to snatch back even a little bit of the life pre-COVID. Nyack is our service area. The Nyacks also has a lot of local writers. I'm a writer, so I also am connected to that particular community, and I wanted to celebrate them. And of course, just creating meaningful connections between people, and poetry is beautiful, and we all can always use extra beauty in life. The first steps were contacting some of our local community partners. And I knew that I wanted to have the walk up during, if not the full month of April, at least half the month of April. But I started thinking about it around Christmas time, December 2020, because I talked to another librarian who they had done a smaller version of a poetry walk just on their property. And I knew our library wouldn't really work doing it that way by us, which is another reason that I expanded it to include the town. But I decided I would just reach out with the idea to a few organizations to see if it was feasible and how interested they were in this idea of mine. So River Writers Circle, that's a no-brainer because it's full of writers. And I was also on the board at the time, and I knew they would be supportive and would help me spread the word. The Nyack Library is a member of the Nyack Chamber of Commerce, so of course I reached out to them. And there's an organization sort of attached to the Chamber of Commerce that focuses on tourism, which is called Visit Nyack. So I reached out to them as well. And Nyack Merchants United was a relatively new organization in town that had formed by local business owners during the worst time of the pandemic to offer, financial and emotional support, basically, and to help publicize the businesses even more so than the beyond what the chamber is capable of. And the founder of Nyack Merchants United is a local woman. She owns this wonderful boutique called Maria Luisa. Her name is Maria Whittingham. And she was extremely helpful especially in the early planning stages, actually throughout the whole thing. But she was extremely helpful in advocating for my idea among other business owners. And she also had, what was even more important, was a spreadsheet with all the businesses and the contact information for them and the owners' names and all of that. So she shared that with me. My next step was to create a web page of just basic guidelines. And I collaborated with the programming committee here at Nyack Library, which I run, being the programmer. So we all brainstormed together to try to make it as clear and simple as possible and to break it down into, steps. We created the webpage with just the guidelines at first and my contact information. The theme we decided upon was resilience, which is pretty easy to come up with, especially at that time. We decided it would be open to teens and adults. And one thing I stressed was the poet. I wasn't going to judge the poems. It wasn't a contest. But I made sure people understood that these were all going to be in public. The topics could be as difficult and as dark as you wanted them to be, as you wanted it to be, but the language would have to be appropriate for all ages. And I didn't have any issues with that. It had to fit and be legible on the 11 by 17 paper, which is what I envisioned all the sort of broadsides looking like, the size of the actual poems. And I asked them, I made it optional because I know some people are technically challenged or just don't like doing this kind of thing, like to include a photo. Didn't have to be of them, an audio or video recording for the webpage. And I set a deadline of March 19th and I crossed my fingers. I figured if I get at least 12, I'll go ahead and do it because that seemed like a solid number to me. And then flyer. Got the word out, local writers groups, like I said, there's River Writers Circle, Rockland Poets, other people I knew who were in book clubs or in more informal writers groups. The schools, sent it to the high school, the middle school, the English departments of both those schools, any after school clubs that I thought might be related to, or any after school club I thought that like the young writers would be interested in attending. MFA programs that were basically in the area. We don't have any in Nyack, of course, but there's in Manhattanville across the water. They have a really great MFA program in Sarah Lawrence, and I figured I wanted to keep it local, not strictly to the Nyacks, but as close as I could. But I figured there might be some students who go to those schools who live in my area. And also the schools, the public school system has an electronic flyer program that they use called Peach Jar. So I made sure it got up on that, and that is sent out to all the families in the school district that sign up for the service. Local organizations and businesses, all our nonprofits like the Rockland Pride Center, the Edward Hopper House, Riverhook Preserve, which is a nature center up in Upper Nyack, the Nyack Center, which runs a lot of after school programs and has a teen advisory board. And of course, all the stores in town, social media, and our website advertised it within the library because there's plenty of people on library staff who like to write. And there's also writers groups and book groups that meet at the library, and of course, friends and family. So then before I'd gotten all the poems in, I started to put feelers out to see who was interested in participating in town. So I started with Maria Luisa's spreadsheet with all the information and sent out like an email to dozens of businesses. I got some response with the email, but the best thing I did was just go walk around town. I made a mock-up of what I thought the poem would look like, and I walked around a couple of times and hit up all the stores I thought would be interested, and some that I basically asked everybody. I figured, what the hell, it can't hurt. So that was the way to go, was to actually go out and make that personal connection. And I made a point of telling them that they, all they had to do was say yes. I would bring the poem and I would make the web page and make sure their information was correct on the web page, because one of the things I wanted to do with the poetry walk was to help advertise the local organizations and the businesses. So all I had to do is say yes, and I'd show up with the poem, and if they wanted, I'd even hang it up for them. So my organization, it got to be, it was very important to make a number of Google Sheets. So, and I advise anyone who tries to do this, don't leave the sheets, the organization aspect to the last minute, because it takes a while just logistically to get all the information in correctly. So I had one Google Sheet, it was all listed of the poets with their name, the name of the poem, their email address, and if they had sent me a picture, a video, or an audio recording. Then I had another sheet for all the homes, which was all the businesses and organizations. And then once I got enough poems, once the deadline passed and I had 36 poems at that point, which was surpassed my wildest expectations. I was so excited. And it was very easy to find stores and organizations that would hang a poem. It was sort of, you know, I had one place say no. That was just it out of all the people. And that was because they just never hang signs up in their windows. They sort of have policy. But anyway, the last Google Sheet was the poems with their homes and all the information that was necessary to create a digital map, which was going to be on the web page and also be very phone friendly, so that people could walk around town and they'd have the map with all the information they needed on their phones. Okay, so here's an example of 4 of the poems in their final, the final results. So I used Canva. What I did was I uploaded all the poems. I had to convert some, obviously convert all the PDFs, which took some time. So I would recommend discouraging people from sending PDFs, just because it's an extra step. So I used Canva, uploaded them, created a template for what they would look like. And once I did that, it was, you know, it took time, but it was pretty simple to do. I printed and the only thing I spent money on really was an extra packet of cream colored 11x17 paper. And it wasn't thick paper because I knew I was going to laminate them. It didn't have to be cardstock. And I guess the lamination sheets. So printed them at the library, laminated them at the library. I didn't want to, I wanted the poems to be the you know, the highlight of the final product, instead of having a bunch of logos on there. I wanted to keep it simple. So obviously the hashtags up top, Nyack Poetry Walk, because one of the things we wanted to do is encourage people to, as they walked around and found poems, to take pictures of them and post them on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and to use that hashtag. I did put Nyack Merchants United logo on because of all the extra help Maria Whittingham had done for me, especially in the beginning. Nyack Library logo, and I made a QR code so that it would take people directly to the webpage that I created. Because after I had everything, all the information I needed, we got rid of the guidelines webpage and created a webpage with all the poems, not the actual poems, the poets, and where their poems could be found. And like I said, when I delivered them, to make it as easy and simple for the merchants as possible, I brought double-sided tape, and if they were okay with it, I hung it. We got them all out there on April 15th. So for marketing, I wrote a press release, and Visit Nyack, the tourist group that I mentioned before, I sent it to the people that I have contact information for, and they sent it out to what I would only assume would be dozens more than that I wouldn't have access to, because that's what they do. And they managed to get it into Orangetown. Supervisor Teresa Kinney got the press release, and she included it in one of her weekly email blasts, which was really cool. Because the idea was to get as many people to come and hopefully go into the stores, not just look at the poetry. Of course, we made another flyer. I made up a bookmark that even though the print ended up being tiny, I wanted to have, because some people would not be comfortable or able to use a digital map I printed out the map that we made, the digital map, which didn't look great, but it was usable. But then I made a bookmark that went along with it that listed all the poets and where they were, and the name of their poem and what store or organization they were hanging in. We have our own email blast, so of course we went out in that, and then I just made sure obviously all the poets were very eager to help me promote it. All the businesses that were involved were eager to promote it, and the organizations. And I also have, a big list, excuse me, that I use that has all the community partners that the library has contacts with. So I sent it out to them as well. And of course, social media with the hashtag #iPoetryWalk. So we have a few tie-in events. We didn't do it. No, we did do it in 2020, only on Zoom. And this one was on Zoom too. We do an annual poetry readout every year in April at the library because we have so many people who are interested in poetry, either writing or listening to it. So it was something that, because it's a usual event, I didn't limit it to just people whose poems were in the poetry walk. It was open to everybody. And the poetry walk folks, I told them, you can read the poem that's hanging in town if you want, but you can read whatever if that's not what you feel like reading, then pick something else. There was it was pretty loose. And then one of the poets, who's also a teacher, led a great poetry walk tour. It was Insta Poetry, she called it. And she created it. This was something she did on her own that the library helped promote. I wasn't really involved so much, and it was wonderful because it was a great idea. She created a meetup and had a bunch of people meet in front of like one of the stores that had a poem, and then they basically had like a poetry scavenger hunt, and it was all outside, obviously, and a beautiful spring day. So that was a lot of fun. And I tried to convince people to take pictures of the poem. We had this saying, like little saying on all the advertising: see a poem, share a poem. So as far as how the public engaged with it, we had 724 web page hits of the page with the poets and the businesses. Our poetry readout was great. I had 84 people come up to a Zoom poetry reading, which blew my mind, honestly. It was great. And it wasn't just the people that were in the walk. So what happened was I got a whole bunch of more email addresses and contact information for other writers. So this year when I started working on it, I had more people to reach out to, which is wonderful. Obviously, it created a lot of goodwill. People were very excited about it. And I got a lot of just very gratifying feedback and a lot of thank yous. And it was actually, there was a lot of planning and logistics and stuff, but partly because I started so early, I started working on it in January, basically, as soon as the holiday season was over, because I knew I wasn't going to bother the business owners during the holiday season. So I gave myself plenty of time, which I think was key. It made it much less stressful, and it was totally worth it. I see a typo. I apologize. That's a 2022 Nike Poetry Walk, which I am currently working on. I've gotten over 40 poems, and I'm hoping, I think Monday I'm going to start walking around town and going into stores and securing homes for all the poems. And it's, now that I know what I'm doing and people know about it, it's just much easier than last year. And thank you for coming. I realize now that I did not put my email, so I'm going to put it in the chat. All right. Let me stop the share. Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any questions or suggestions. It was a lot of fun. I recommend it. It was easier for me because I live in this I have a downtown to go to do this, which makes it a lot easier, but they also do, like, there's also people who do story walks or poetry walks where they have the, the yard signs and they create them in parks and stuff. It's a little more money involved in that and, more logistics, but it was a lot of fun.
That's great. Thank you so much, Rosemary. Round of applause.
Thank
you.
you.
And I guess also round of applause for SENYCon, because that is a wrap. So, okay. Thank you. Again, I'm just like floored by what everybody does in our membership. That was great. It was wonderful. I want to get out and like visit every library. So just as we wrap up, again, presenters, if you would like to email me your presentations or any other contact information, we will put it on the LibGuide. I'll email everyone who registered as soon as we get the videos up and running. Oh, look, it's us in the conference room. Oh, it's the ceiling. They're having a good time. Yay. All right. So yeah, so I'll be in touch with everybody as soon as materials are up on the LibGuide. And Tessa, I see you're on the screen. Did you want to say anything?
I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today. And it was a great day. Thank you to all of our wonderful presenters and everybody for attending, and we'll do it again next year. Thanks, Carolyn.
Yeah.
And everybody on the staff who helped out today. It was a great day. Thank you very much.
All right. Woo-hoo. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Yes.
Bye.